So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Ballpark Egelfing in the suburbs of Munich. We're in Haar, Germany. This is Tim Williford, pinch hitting for Tim Collins for the next few hours. And alongside me is Rick Royston.
Hi, everybody.
Neither one of us are on camera, but maybe that's a good thing.
That's a good thing. I mean, I definitely have a face for radio.
So let's jump right in it. Well, the coaches are with the umpires, just exchanged the lineup cards, going over the ground rules for the ballpark. Stuttgart will be coming up first here in the top half of the first. That is Janis Webb. I'm going to English or Deutsch today. I'm going to pronounce it in whatever comes out of my mouth. Janis Weber playing shortstop. Marco Cardoso playing second base. Tomic at first base, Danilo Weber in left field, Ul DHing Gonzalez at third base, Beck in center field. Is that Jonas Van Bergen in right field, and Witt at catcher, and Mendoza is pitching. Stuttgart has a big task ahead of them today. They come in fifth place, and they are 15-10. They need to sweep this doubleheader to make fourth place and get in the playoffs.
And as we know, Haar has already clinched third place in the playoffs, so they can play loose today. But yeah, I'm sure they're not going to give anything away, that's for sure.
Yeah, quickly the standings are Regensburg's 22-4, Heidenheim's 21-7. The Disciples come in 18-8. And Mainz is 17-11. And like I said, Stuttgart's 15-10. So they're a half game back of Mainz. And that is going to be a very interesting outcome today. So here comes Haar onto the field, the Disciples. They've actually been on a roll. They've been playing really solid all around, solid pitching, timely hitting, and a lot of good defense, and that's won them a lot of games. In fact, if Haar swept today, that would tie their record of all time in club history of over 30 years if they got the doubleheader sweep and 20 wins for the season. But that will be determined.
So both teams have something to shoot for today.
Absolutely. Haar wants to have a good tune-up, if you will, get all the players. There's a couple players that have been injured, or just get a couple more at-bats for everybody and get ready for the playoffs next week. Haar is going to be going up to Paderborn, as Haar's in third place in the south, and the Paderborn Untouchables are in second place in the north. We can talk more about that later. But right now, taking the mound is young Titus von Kapf. And he is, I think he's still 20 years old. Might have just turned 21. But he's been in his, I think it's his fourth season now for Haar, and he's really taken a step forward.
Yeah, he's pitching to a 4.53 ERA, which is pretty good. And yeah, he's going to lead the way for today's doubleheader. Beautiful day for baseball here in Haar, and people are starting to file into the stadium. It's filling up, and so there's a lot of Stuttgart representatives here, and as well as the usual Haar home crowd.
Yeah, we're expecting about 200 people today at this doubleheader. It's kind of a special day. It's the last home doubleheader of the season, so kind of a celebration for Haar as well, for the Verein, for our club, which is one of the largest in Germany, with about, I think at some point it was over 300 members. Stuttgart's a very strong club as well. We can talk a little bit about that later too. But Titus on the mound has taken a big step forward in 59 2/3 innings pitched this year, 21 walks and 57 strikeouts. That's a big jump for him, almost a 3-to-1 ratio of strikeouts to walks.
Yeah, that's a good ratio, and yeah, it looks like he's got his command under control.
And only 58 hits, so less than a hit per inning. So that's a giant step forward for him compared to past years. So yeah, he already has a record of 3-3. So he has 3 wins this year. And the pitch to Janis Weber. There's 2 Webers, and there's two. One is hitting leadoff, and one is hitting cleanup. So this is the shortstop, Janis Weber. Janis or Jonas?
All right, first pitch outside, second pitch low, so the count is now 2-0.
Yeah, this is Janis.
Lefty at the plate.
Comes in hitting 111. Only 1 for 11 on the season. 1 for 9, excuse me, in 11 plate appearances.
And there we go. That's ball 3. Maybe we spoke too soon about his command, so we need to. He's just getting warmed up.
Yeah,
first batter.
It is a slightly windier day. Nice fastball at the knees.
In for a strike.
Yeah, he's wearing sleeves today. It's slightly windy today. Probably up to 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts at times. But he loses him. Ball 4. Not what you want to see to start the game from the Disciples' perspective. Stuttgart is pleased about that. And up comes to the plate Marco Cardoso. He's a big addition for them this year.
Yeah, Marco coming in hitting .318 with a .371 on base percentage and slugging .534. So he's got 3 home runs on the year, 11 extra base hits, and 14 RBIs. And if he gets on, he's dangerous. He's got 14 stolen bases against only 1 caught stealing. So not that this is a danger with somebody on first, but still someone to watch out for during the rest of the game.
Well, Von Kapp popped that fastball right down the middle for strike 1. Nice breaking ball, fouled off. 1-1.
All right, and now the kids go running off to get that foul ball. So only one is animated himself to go get that foul ball, and he's walking, so he's not very excited about that.
Cardoso's been a big addition from played for many years in Paderborn in the north, and formerly with the Boston Red Sox. Fastball up way high, ball 2.
He leads the team with 2 triples. So 11 extra base hits.
Speedy player, versatile player, can play short, center field, but he's at second base today. But did you know, yeah, he was in the minor leagues rookie league for the Boston Red Sox.
Oh, great.
But he's back in Germany for a few years now.
Yeah, nice to see that kind of talent coming to the Bundesliga.
But he came up through the Paderborn's academy. They have probably the biggest academy system in the north. That basically means all the way from Little League all the way up through age 18 and beyond. A training system, if you will, where players go all day. They live up there. They go to school, and then they are on the baseball field. So they're living and breathing baseball really all year long.
Yeah, it's really important to get the young people involved.
Regensburg has a big program for that as well. And just adjusting things with the wind here. Pickoff attempt goes wild from Von Kapp, goes all the way to the fence, and Weber is cruising all the way over to stand up at third base. So a big mistake early on by Von Kapp. Well, he's got a little jam to get out of with nobody out and a man on third. I just wanted to touch on the Disciples here in Munich, of course, have an academy now for the last 4 or 5 years. And quite a few. They're really more after-school campers here. They're not
a full-time program.
There's no on-campus housing here on the field at this point. Fouled back. So he's battling. Titus really looking for a strikeout here.
Yeah, well, full count. No outs, man on third. So dangerous situation for Haar early. Let's see if he can pitch out of it.
But the infield is back. Interesting. Fouls that one off. Yeah, it's early in the game, so they are willing to, potentially give up a run here if he hits it.
I think they'll try to run for an out.
At this point in the game, nobody out in the first inning. Yep. Late in the game, you'd see the infield in automatically. Now let's see with 2 strikes. Is that 2 strikes now? Tita's going for the strikeout. And he got it.
He got it.
Pitched low and outside, and the batter chased it. Looks like he was looking for a breaking ball on that one.
Yeah, some little heat, a little low, and went out and reached for it, didn't make it.
So that's big from young Titus Von Kapp, just settling down, going right after the batter, not intimidated. It's the last game of the season for him, so of the regular season. He's been through the wars already against a lot of good teams.
Yeah, now a dangerous hitter at bat, Tomic. He's batting .333 with a .398 on-base percentage and slugging .549, so he's got 4 home runs on the year.
He fouled that one back on Cup up
and leads the team with 20 RBIs. And here's another RBI situation. Sac fly would do it.
Yeah, that's what they're looking for, or a base hit. On the inside corner, just missed. Did not call that a strike. Hard to see from up here. What do you think?
Yeah, look good to me, but of course the ump has a much better view.
Not too much chirping from the dugout, so. And a breaking ball fouled off down the. In part because the batter's just looking to make contact with 2 strikes and looking for a little weak contact where you can hold the runner at third here and throw him out at first. It fouled back. Von Kap's going right at him.
Yep, definitely challenging him. Strength to strength, pitcher against hitter. This is what it comes down to. Interesting. Tomic leads the team in both runs and RBIs. So
yeah, he's a big pickup for them. And a breaking ball lofted into left field. Drew Thomas making the play, and he made a diving catch, and the runner tags and scores. I believe he caught that.
He did. That was a fantastic catch.
The umps did not make a real evidential call on that.
Yeah, but it's yeah, definitely an out.
That's so a great catch. I don't know if we have a replay angle possible on that. We have 3 or 4 cameras set up today. Our friends from Stuttgart came down and have a couple cameras. We do not have a center field camera, at least not in the first game. We're lacking the Tim Collins original. But great catch there by Drew Thomas. He really had a good read on it and made a diving catch.
Got a really good jump on that blooper.
Yeah, runner tagged up and scored on that.
Unfortunately, he had to dive and roll. Did make the catch, but that dive and roll did not allow him to throw at the runner who tagged from third. So
yeah,
a run for Stuttgart.
Von Kapp dropped the first pitch in. Slider for strike 1 on the inside corner. Swinging through the slider on the outside corner for strike 2. So now 2 outs, nobody on. Stuttgart up 1-0. Pitch up and in, and the batter kind of fouled that off and almost in self-defense.
Definitely in self-defense. He trying to get out of the way and hit the bat. So, but stays alive. 0-2 count.
A lot of fans keep trickling in the ballpark here.
Yep, filling up.
And the 0-2 pitch, kind of a slider, just made weak contact. Ground ball to second baseman. Simon Lechner throws him out to Daniel Patrice. Stuttgart gets a run in the first inning. It's 1-0, and we'll be back. And we're back in Haar for the bottom of the first inning. Nate Thomas back in the leadoff spot today, playing third base.
Nate having a fantastic year, batting .425 with a .510 on-base percentage and .650 slugging. So the 1.16 OPS is that's stellar.
And a kind of a bleeder down third base, and comes, that's Gonzalez coming in and throwing him out at first. So very weak contact, almost like a swinging bunt there. Not good contact to start off the game, but now batting. Let's go quickly through the rest of the Haar lineup. Simon Lechner hitting second, playing second base. Drew Thomas in left field hitting third. Daniel Patrice, cleanup spot, hitting at first base. David Dinsky hitting fifth in center field. Will Thorpe, DH, hitting sixth today. Catcher hitting seventh is David Wallace. Joseph Rosenthal in right field hitting eighth, and Cisco Riestra at shortstop hitting ninth. Simon took the first pitch. Simon almost always takes the first pitch. And now he took a strike on the second pitch. So 1-1 count.
Yeah, Simon only batting .259, but a stellar .438 on-base percentage. So
one of the highest on the team.
Yeah, he will get on.
Yep, so he's earned his way into the first or second spot in the lineup for the pretty much for the second half of the season. He's been on a roll, getting on base a lot. A 1-1 pitch, kind of weakly hit to second base. Cardoso fields it on a couple hops and throws him out. And a quick 2 outs for Mendoza pitching today.
Yeah, Mendoza .411 ERA. So he's our main starter. He started 11 games, including 3 complete games. 7 innings pitched with 32 earned runs. 44 walks to 81 Ks, so he strikes you out and he'll walk you.
Well, he came right at Drew Thomas for strike one. Drew was a mid-season pickup. He was playing independent ball in the U.S. He played Division I college ball, I believe, at Coppin State.
Okay. The Rattlesnakes, I believe, yeah.
Very good athlete. Has already started games in first, third, left, and right, playing left field today. Fouls that out of play down the right field line.
Yeah, Drew batting .333 and another great .460 on-base percentage. So, and slugging .538. He's got some power. Does have a home run.
Yeah, he gets on base a lot, and he's fast. He's fast on the bases. And fouls that one back towards the Stuttgart dugout. First baseman coming over, but the ball is out of play.
Looks like there could be a fight for that foul ball. The kids are going.
Oh, that's good. Hopefully they take that back to the food stand.
Get their reward.
Usually a lollipop. I think Drew's got the 0-2 count now. And ball low. Yeah, Drew's gives a lot of good at-bats. And yeah, he's actually getting in the groove. With that .333 average, I'm pretty sure he's in the top 20 in hitting in the league if he had enough at-bats, which he doesn't. That ball goes through the wickets of the catcher.
Now a full count. So yeah, the .333 is great, but that .460 on-base percentage is just stellar. That does lead the team, except for Daniel Patrice, who's got a .525 OBP, which is incredible.
Yeah, he's having a great year. We'll talk about him in a minute. Fouled that off, that bounced and then went off of him. And then it went in fair territory, so, but that doesn't matter. It's dead ball, foul ball. We're battling the wind here, so excuse any of the technical difficulties. I can hear the feedback of the wind blowing today.
Yeah, that's just not me staying hot air. That's actual wind.
And another foul ball. Tough at bat here by Drew Thomas. It's important for the first few batters to get a look at the different pitches of the pitcher to start off a game, so that all the guys in the batting lineup and the dugout can take a look and see what he's got today. Of course, they're watching him as he warms up, but it's a lot different when he's facing live batters. check swings and fouls that one back.
So usually in these long at-bats, the advantage goes to the hitter. So I remember, last year Anthony Rizzo had an 18 at-bat.
18 pitches.
18 pitch at-bat, and eventually homered.
When he was still in the Cubs, or when
he was still in the Cubs, yeah.
Before they got traded to the Yankees. And Thomas spanks that one. And that goes one hop, bounces off the fence, and he's in for a stand-up double. Great at bat for Drew Thomas. Big pickup for the Disciples has strengthened the lineup, which has really been gelling the last few weeks.
Yeah, it's interesting when you talk about getting to know the pitcher. I mean, traditionally, at least in the major leagues, is the third time through the order penalty. So you can see the stats as batters face the pitcher the first time, and then the second time, and then the third time through the lineup. The batting average, slugging percentage, on base percentage, all goes up the more times they go through the lineup. So that's why you have very rarely complete games in the major leagues anymore.
He saw a lot of pitches, so that was to his benefit. He really hammered that pitch all the way to the fence on one hop. Daniel Patrice fouls the first pitch back. He's having a great year as the Disciples cleanup hitter. Another good year. I believe he's actually leading the league if for batters that have 3.1 plate appearances per game. He's hitting 446, right, Rick?
He is hitting 446 with a 525 on base percentage, which is incredible, and slugging 627. So he's a danger to get on, and he's a danger to hit it out.
His video game OPS of 1151.
1151. That's incredible.
Yeah, 900 is considered excellent. So.
And that 627 slugging percentage is without any home runs, which is pretty good. That shows. I mean, 15 doubles easily leads the team.
His 15 doubles are second in the league, actually. Like I said, he's leading the league in hitting, and there's a reason for that. Is our fence is we have the biggest field in the Bundesliga South by far. It's about 450 feet, I believe, to dead center. So yeah, there are not many home runs hit at this ballpark. And Haar is last in the league in home runs for that reason, and probably in the last in giving up as well. He takes. He struck
called
out.
Third strike, yeah. Looked to me like it was outside, but they dropped that breaking ball just on the outside corner.
On the outside corner. So Haar goes down in the first inning, leaving a runner on base. But they are down 1-0, and we'll be back after this. But we're sponsored by Wildbräu Brauerei.
Brauerei Wildbräu.
Back in Haar, and Von Kapp goes right at him with the first pitch, grounded to Lechner. Easy play over to first base to get the out. That was the DH Ul, and now batting Xavi Gonzalez, playing third base. Gonzalez, a veteran of the Bundesliga.
Yeah, he's batting to a 233 average with a 333 on-base percentage and only slugging 291, so with a not-so-good 624 OPS.
A little bit of a down year for him, but he's a veteran presence in this lineup. and steady defender. So he's a key part of this lineup. Ball one inside from Von Kapp. Let's see if Titus can have a 1-2-3 inning this inning after giving up a run last inning. Pumps that in there on the little bit on the outside corner. Strike one.
Yeah, it looks like he's settling in. Looks a lot more comfortable on the mound as opposed to the first inning.
1-1. Yeah, sometimes in the first inning you're just getting a feel for your stuff. The mound out here is different than in the bullpen mound, of course. Wow, that had a wicked break on a slider.
Missed outside. 2-1.
It's a very good view up here. A lot different than it is in the dugout, I'll tell you that. Which is where I'm normally stationed. 1-2 count. Slider just off the plate. Looked good to me, but
just missed, yeah.
Called a ball.
Looked like a strike at the knees, but it brings it to a 3-1 count.
Yeah, 3-1. See if he challenges him with this. Fastball. It's really hard to tell if the umpire is calling that or not.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I think the batter didn't know either, because the batter knew it.
The batter assumed it was a strike because it looked good from here.
It sure did.
And it sure did, and he'll take that walk.
Yeah, that looked like it was just right on the corner at the knees. Must have called it outside by an inch. So
or a centimeter, since we're in Europe.
Gonzalez takes the walk. Now batting the center fielder, Beck. They've got some different names in the lineup today.
Yeah, Beck batting .222 with a .323 OBP and slugging .222. He has 0 extra base hits. So Gonzalez a danger on the bases. He's got 8 stolen bases against only 1 caught stealing. So we need to keep an eye on him.
And the ball lofted into center field. Dinsky camps under it. Easy play for David Dinsky. And Gonzalez heads back to first. And now batting is Jonas von Bergen. There's 2 brothers. I think one of them's not here today, but Jonas is playing right field today.
Yeah, Jonas batting 174, 237 OBP. Does have 3 home runs.
Yeah.
And nevertheless, only slugging .291.
Fastball down at the knees.
He definitely has some power, but it looks like he's a 1 true outcome.
Outside corner for called strike 1. Yes, I think he got a homer off of Haar up in Stuttgart.
He's second on the team with 3 home runs. But as you said, this is not an easy place to hit one.
Breaking ball misses outside. 1-1 count. 2 outs and a runner on first. Cap gets the sign from David Wallace. Comes set. Ground ball to Nate Thomas. Goes to first base with that for the 3rd out. Yep. So not a 1-2-3 inning, but he works around a walk and gets out of trouble. No runs scored. Still Stuttgart 1, Haar nothing. We'll be back. back in Haar, Germany, in the suburbs of Munich. David Dinsky steps to the plate. He's having a great season.
He is having a fantastic season. 378 batting average, 440 OBP, and slugging a healthy 561. Does have a couple homers on the year, a triple, 10 doubles. So 13 extra base hits, which is second on the team to Daniel Patrice.
Took ball one on the outside corner, swings through, fouls straight back, 1-1 now. Yeah, he's actually, he's kind of having a breakout year. He had a good year last year. This year, he's 6th in the league in batting average for those with qualified at bats. 1st in stolen bases, 10th in runs, 3rd in doubles. Fouls that one down the left field line.
Just a great all-around season.
3rd in doubles, 6th in RBIs, and that's in the Bundesliga South. So he's making a strong case for the national team. He's been on the junior national team, if you will, and the 23 and under team. He just took a nice breaking ball for a called strike 3.
Yeah, he dropped that one right in there.
Mendoza's got it working today with his breaking ball.
That is some nasty stuff.
So we can talk more about that later. But yeah, Germany will be playing September 16th to 21st in the World Cup qualifiers in Regensburg against Great Britain, France. So we have players on all 3 of those teams. So
wow, that's fantastic.
Yeah, we can go through.
Regensburg is a great place for a game. The facilities there are fantastic.
Yeah, maybe we'll have to go up and catch a game.
Yeah. So our softball team just won the last 2 years at the tournament in Regensburg. So just a shout out to my my teammates.
All right, congratulations to them. Will Thorpe batting now at the DH today, batting 6, takes ball 1 low and outside.
Will batting 309, 421 OBP. Only slugging 383, which is not typical for Will. He doesn't have a home run this year.
Well, again, with the no fence in center field this year, it's but you're right. We have no home runs over the left field fence, really. Maybe Dinsky has one. It's been a different type of year for us, but Will's still a solid contact hitter, hitting over 300.
Yep. And getting on base for sure.
And it's a 3-0 count now. He was taken all the way on that. Takes a 4-pitch walk. Yeah, he still has a good on base percentage.
Yeah, for sure. 421, as I said.
So Will was as usual, not every game, but he's DHing in the first game to give himself a rest and save his legs for the second game catching, because David Wallace now batting is really our first game catcher, and he's had a pretty solid year himself.
Yeah, he's batting 227, only getting on base on a 271 clip. But yeah, they won't be paying too much attention to Will, who's not taking a long lead, because he's got 0 stolen bases on 0 attempts, so not really a danger to take that base.
That said, he's a solid base runner, and he is 6th in the league in runs scored because of that high on base percentage.
Right, he does take that extra base. Very savvy base runner. A lot of experience from Will.
But you're right, he's got a short lead over there, and the lob over there by Mendoza.
So one thing I've noticed watching Bundesliga games as opposed to Major League Baseball is the lack of the shift. So in the majors, I mean, the majority of at-bats have a shift put on against the batters. You think that's a result of not having the advanced analytics in the Bundesliga that you do in major leagues?
Curveball misses inside, 1-1 count. Yeah, absolutely. The majors have dozens of employees per team, so they have a few that are dedicated to StatCast and all these advanced analytics, like you said. So we just don't have that tracking capability, at least here. Wallace fouls that back, 1-2 count. That said,
I believe in the majors it's close to 70% of all at bats have a shift put on.
For now,
some teams more than others, of course.
It's been going on for a long time. I think the Tampa Bay Rays were doing that over a decade ago. Joe Madden was one of the first to do that.
Well, I mean, it goes all the way back to Ted Williams, Ted Williams shift, but not to the extent that it is in the modern game.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of it, but there are times that breaking ball low in the dirt, blocked by the catcher.
Well, and it's most likely that the shift will be banned starting next year.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting, and has to be negotiated between the owners and a committee of players and at least one umpire. So they're announcing about the rules that they're looking at and making changes in different levels of the minor leagues already and the independent leagues.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
2-2 pitch hits Wallace on the elbow. It looked like takes it and takes first base. So first and second with one out.
Yeah, it's interesting all the changes that they're considering to kind of speed up the pace of play. It's really become with the emergence of the fireballing reliever. The starting pitcher pitching more than 5 or 6 innings is going out the window, and it's just so hard for hitters these days.
So upcoming to the plate, Josef Rosenthal, a big addition to the team this year, hitting in the 8th hole today in right field.
Yeah, batting .248 with a good .342 on base percentage. So he does have some power. He does have a home run, a couple of triples. So 2 triples leads the team.
And I think he's second in the league, tied for second in the league in triples with those 2 triples. Yeah, he actually led off the game last weekend, led off the doubleheader with a home run in Tübingen when he was in the leadoff spot. Here he is. Wow, that was coming right back.
That's Haar's Ricky Henderson. Let's lead off home run.
Yeah, he has the most all time, doesn't he?
He does.
I think we're both of the age where we saw a lot of the legendary players in the 80s and 90s in major league ballparks.
Yeah, for sure.
So kind of blessed to have done that because this younger generation really doesn't have that perspective about those players. They never saw Ricky Henderson, for example.
Yeah, Tony Gwynn, Ryan Sandberg.
Ball bounces in the plate. Catcher picks it. 2-1 count now.
But they've got their heroes of the day. I mean, Mike Trout is a all-time great player. They've got the Mookie Betts. There's and the up-and-coming Acunas, and yeah, there's some really great players in the game. But we've got some great players here, so let's keep talking about the
ground ball right back to the pitcher, throws it to second for 1, and completes the double play. So the Will Thorpe advances to third on that, but they do no. That's 3 outs.
That's 3 outs. Yeah.
Yep. They got a great double play. 1-6-3, and they're out of the inning. So Haar misses another opportunity there, leaving a few base runners, but 2 innings completed now. Haar still down 1-0 to Stuttgart. And we are sponsored in part by Wildbräu Brauerei.
Very well said, Tim. Very well said.
We'll be back. Back in Haar for the top of the 3rd inning. David Wallace with the throw down to second base. Coming to the plate.
Just an absolutely beautiful day for baseball.
Absolutely.
Not too hot, a little windy.
A little windy. Very unusual weather for for July. It's about 60 degrees today, maybe mid-60s tops. But with the wind,
What is that in Celsius? I've been in Europe so long, I have no idea what that means anymore.
I think it's a high of 19 today, but with the wind chill in July, it doesn't feel like that.
Well, I'm from Chicago, so I know wind chill. This is not wind chill.
Drew Thomas is from Chicago. You can meet him after the game if you haven't already. Titus von Kapp pumps in a fastball there. I believe that was strike one.
You are correct.
Witt, the catcher, hitting. What's he doing on the year? Witt.
Yeah, Witt's batting 171. 292 on-base percentage and only slugging 195. He's got one extra base hit, a double. So
A lot of young players.
a lot of young players getting their reps in, getting their experience.
If you can see the, I don't know if you can see the camera angle on that, but Von Kapp wanted that pitch, dropped it on the outside, breaking ball in the outside corner. The ump did not call it, so I believe it's 2-1 right now.
Really tight strike zone from the umpire today, the home plate umpire.
From our view, fastball up and in, batter check swing, fouls it off, 2-2, I believe. This, yeah, the scoreboard is not always real time in Haar, but
Even though they're right here.
we all have a little bit of ADD. Ball inside, full count. So the 9-hitter here, he really does not want to walk him to lead off the inning.
Exactly. Bring up the top of the order.
Fastball missed on the outside corner on that one, and Von Kapp wanted that pitch too.
Yeah, I think that was the right call. Looked, it was about 2 inches outside.
Yeah, that's just frustration building here. Let's hope he can channel that into a double play coming up.
Yeah, the body language is not promising for Mr.
He's a young
Von
pitcher,
Kapp.
so you know the umpires. We see them a lot. You get the same umpires. It's a small group, and they're all have their individual strike zones, if you will. And the pitchers, they get to know the umpires, and likewise. The runner's going. Pitch was in the dirt, and Wallace holds it. Does not make a throw. Witt had a really good jump. Stolen base.
His first stolen base of the year.
Yeah, Wallace actually has taken big strides as a catcher this year, too. He's been in the club now for, I believe this is his 8th or 9th year, since 2014 when he was 16 years old when he came to the Disciples. So he's had the tutelage of Will Thorpe for most of those years.
Well, you couldn't get a much better teacher.
Ball down and in, ball one. Yeah, I have some statistics here. The Disciples are first in the Bundesliga South in caught stealing. So that means Thorpe and Wallace have been throwing a lot of guys out. Well, Von Kapp pumps that fastball in there, 1-1. Yeah, that's really a good measure of it. And the other measure of that is the pitchers holding runners on, which has been an emphasis for the Disciples this year as well.
Yeah, and of course,
Except that stolen base there.
yeah,
The bunt, good hop over there. Titus fires it and gets him out at first, like a cat.
pounced on that bunt and looked the runner back to second. A great throw to first base to just catch him.
Yep, can't get better than that. You really wonder. The runner was kind of playing that to see where it went, and when he saw that Von Kapp was going to jump and get it, he decided not to even try to go to third, which is unusual.
Von Kapp did look him back, so
Yep.
he was a very, very heads-up play by Von Kapp on the pitcher's mound. So the runner was definitely thinking of going.
As he would be on a sacrifice bunt attempt. And there's a ground ball to Cisco Riestra. He goes to third base. Nate Thomas ties him out. That's a base running mistake.
Yeah, for sure.
That did not make much sense. So nice play by Riestra and Nate Thomas to get the second out. That would be a 6-5. And Cardoso reaches on a fielder's choice. Now Tomek at the plate with 2 outs and a runner on first. And the runner goes. Wallace got him at second base. Perfect throw. Jumped up as we were talking about.
Exactly.
Disciples lead the league in caught stealing by our catchers.
And there's another one.
And there's another one. So
fastball, perfect jump, perfect throw.
Erases Cardoso, a speedy runner on the bases with the caught stealing. And that is the end of the top of the third. Disciples still down 1-0. We'll be back. We're back in Haar for the bottom of the third inning. Coming to the plate, Francisco Riestra from Venezuela. Hello, if anybody's watching in the South American continent. Playing shortstop today. He's settled in there this year. Been playing very solid defense and a good contact hitter. Takes ball one, low and outside.
Yeah, he's batting .260 on the year with a .349 on-base percentage. So only slugging .271.
It's great at moving runners. That's even more outside. Ball two.
Yeah, speaking of base running mistakes, so it was the last week that the Twins had the first ever in Major League history 8-5 triple play against the White Sox.
I think I saw that. I read it.
Yeah, so Buxton caught the ball and threw out, and they tagged someone who got stuck between second and third, and then tagged the runner. So it was the first ever in Major League Baseball history with an 8-5 triple play.
Well, Riestra just took ball 3 and 4 on the outside part of the plate, or outside the strike zone, so takes his base. Yeah, there's something new in baseball almost every day of the year. If you follow MLB or even the German Bundesliga, you almost always see something new. That's what's great about the game of baseball.
That's right.
The rules can be a little bit convoluted for new fans that may not understand all the intricacies.
Very well said, Tim. Very well said.
But
very well articulated, that word.
Nate Thomas takes fastball for strike one. But it is a game that you can grow to love, the strategy behind it, and where you can really see something new every day. And
I like to call it chess on grass.
Okay, haven't heard that one before. Ooh, takes what the ump called strike two in the outside corner. Thomas didn't like that.
And yeah, it looked like it was about a foot outside, but hey, the ump calls what he's going to call.
And we don't have the perfect view from this side of the plate either, but it is what it is. And Thomas is down in 0-2 hole. Let's see if he can clutch up. That ball's off the plate for sure.
Nate grounded weakly to the second baseman as his first at bat, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, to the third baseman.
Very dangerous hitter, Mr. Thomas.
Yeah, hitting over 400. Perennially a dangerous hitter for the Disciples. That one bounces just foul down the first base line. Riestra heads back to first base. Thomas fought that one off. So the count stays 1-2.
I guess the appreciation of the game is helped by the fact that we grew up with it. So
absolutely, I didn't get to that point, but that's a strong point. But more and more the Germans are growing up with baseball now, and especially with academies and different teams and Little League programs here in Haar.
Yeah, that's great to see. And as we mentioned before, getting the young people involved and interested in the game is so key to the future of the sport here in Germany.
I believe there's more than 300 baseball vereins around this country of 80-something million people. So it's not that it's rare, but a lot of people have never seen it or heard of it still. So
yeah,
we're doing our part to spread the gospel here.
That's right. Let's be evangelists for the sport.
Nate Thomas is an evangelist. Grew up in Tortola in the British Virgin Islands. Plays for the British national team. Throw to first base. Riestra's back easily. So he's gearing up then, hopefully to be again on the British national team. Again for that tournament that's coming up, the qualifying tournament for the World Baseball Cup. One of our multiple players on that team. He fouls that one up and away, back.
There go the kids. They're going to have to search through the trees for that one.
And watch out for what they call over here Brennnessel.
That's right, nettles.
They're going to be quite annoying. A little bit type of a poison ivy effect on your skin. It's this green stuff you got to watch out for, but it's not illegal. Nate Thomas up 2-2 count right now. Mendoza pumps a fastball in the inside corner. Thomas did not like that and slowly goes away, but got the chain pulled on him. Strikes out looking. It's the third time today that Haar's gone down looking. This song means that Simon Lechner is coming to the plate. One of our true Bavarians from Peißenberg.
Peißenberg, okay.
South of Starnberg, right? Somewhere down there on the way to Garmisch.
Just Peißenberg or Hohen Peißenberg?
I have no idea. But he played in Füssen, and he's been now in Haar since 2016. So a veteran. Looking to get a pitch he can drive. Riestra with the lead off first. Lechner hacks at that, fouls it back.
Into the nettles.
Yeah, the kids are really chasing it today. It's good to see them all here. Mostly, probably, you know, from the Little League program, and then we actually have, I think, 3 kindergarten teachers, kindergarten or Kindertagesstätte teachers that are on our roster.
Okay.
So the kids might be coming from that. And the pickoff attempt goes wild down the right field line. Riestra rounds second base, heads for third easily. And Stuttgart returns the favor with a wild pickoff throw.
It was a back pick attempt from the catcher.
Yeah, different type, but same result. That's the young and sometimes dangerous plays. Which is unusual for Stuttgart. I have to say, they came in, as their record may suggest, in coming in 5th place. They're kind of in the middle of the pack in pitching and hitting, but they come in with first in the league in defense, in the least amount of errors and the best fielding percentage. And the Disciples are second in the Bundesliga South, so uncharacteristic mistake.
Fires that one in for a strike.
2-2 count now. Let's see if the Disciples can take advantage. Stuttgart has the infield in with 1 out. Lechner's just looking to put the ball in play through the infield to score a run. And he does the job, I think. The left fielder comes in, misses the catch, and Riestra trots home. Lechner goes into second base. I would call that a stand-up double.
I would call that a hit as well. It was a tough play for the left fielder. And we'll see how the scorer officially scores it. He may give him an error, but I would call that a hit for sure.
She is a very experienced scorer. It's Andrea. That's the long-time scorer here in Haar. And that is a stand-up double. And an RBI for Simon Lechner. Haar is on the board and ties the game 1-1. That's exactly what he wanted to do with the infield. Just put it into the outfield. Got the job done. Now, Drew Thomas, your Chicago boy, steps to the plate.
There we go. Let's hope he hits better than our Cubs.
I think he's a White Sox fan, which
Oh boy, I don't like him anymore.
no, he follows the Cubs too. He's a baseball fan, that's for sure. Takes a breaking ball, low and outside in the dirt, blocked by the catcher for ball 1. Has a very good eye on the strike zone.
Yeah, that's one of my life's failings. So I've got 4 sisters, and unaccountably, one of them grew up to be a White Sox fan. I don't know where I went wrong, but yeah, I mean, can't have everything, right?
I don't think you can be responsible for that. Takes a fastball, strike 1.
Right down the pipe.
But wasn't the pitch he wanted. So he resets with a 1-1 count, looking for a pitch he can drive again. He bounced a 1-hopper to the fence for a double in the first inning.
So again, he comes up with someone in scoring position.
Yep, Lechner on second base. Ball outside, catcher couldn't squeeze it. Squirts away, but Lechner didn't go anywhere. And again, sometimes batter's not sure what that was. He's double checking the count, so 2-1.
One out, another scoring opportunity for Haar.
And the 2-1 pitch popped up into the infield. Shortstop takes control. Corrals that easily.
All right.
2 outs. And leaves it to Daniel Patrice come to the plate.
This is who you want up in this situation for sure. Very dangerous hitter.
Yeah, I believe last year he had 40, just an amazing RBI year. And this year he's just has a much higher batting average, again hitting way over 400, right?
He is indeed. 446. Well,
Struck
I
out.
don't do the math in my head, so
not real time. No, he takes ball 1 up at his shoulders, fastball. Struck out looking his first at bat, so he's looking for something he can drive. I would say they're playing him a little shallow in left and right. He can drive the ball. If they didn't know it already, they might in a few seconds.
Yeah, they are playing him quite short.
Second in the league in doubles. Takes a fastball up at the letters, not what he wanted. Kind of a good pitch by the pitcher. Up and in the strike zone. And the elder Patrice looks in, and he fouls that down the right field line. Well, he's the elder of the 2 Patrice boys, young men that Tomas used to play for the first team here. Was just back in town last week after graduating with his master's degree. The elder brother here, Daniel, played 4 years in the United States, Division III in Pennsylvania, and he's just been racking the Bundesliga. Like I said, he's leading the league in batting average. Let's hope he can deliver here. Breaking ball, and over the catcher's head, and the left fielder gets it. It throws home, and Lechner slides in and scores. Did the shortstop touch that?
Was over the shortstop's head. I think it went off his glove, but a good effort by the shortstop. But Patrice just squeezed it over his head.
I couldn't tell whether that went off the glove or not, but
it looked like it did. Yeah.
He jumped up and, but it was hit hard. It was a line drive, base hit, and an RBI.
Adding to his RBI count.
So Haar takes a 2-1 lead, and
a little conference on the mound. Catcher and the coach.
Yeah, as we mentioned, this is a really critical game for Stuttgart. They have to have this game if they want to keep their playoff hopes alive. So they're down 2-1, and they're already strategizing here. They're in the dangerous part of the lineup, so the cleanup hitter and Daniel Patrice just had an RBI single following the RBI double from Simon Lechner. Now, to be fair, they should be out of the inning.
To be fair.
Anyways, that error on the throw. No, that was last inning.
That was last inning, yeah.
Yep, but they really need to play perfect defense. They've been leading the league in defense this year, and that sometimes one mistake can cost you a ball game.
Yeah, exactly.
So
they really need to play a perfect game.
David Dinsky at the plate. That's well said. They really do. They're a good team, solid team in many facets, but you kind of have to play perfect baseball when you come to an opponent's ballpark if you want to win. Dinsky fouls that one up. 1-1 count.
Yeah, I mean, it's never easy going on the road, and especially in a park like this where defense is so important because it's such a big field.
And big strides for Haar. Like I said, Haar's second in the league in I believe in fielding percentage and least amount of errors this year in the South.
That one high.
Count. I believe it's 2-1. Yeah,
it is 2-1. That's correct. Yeah, the scoreboard is incorrect. Umpire just gave the 2-1 sign.
Yep. Dinsky ready, looking for his own pitch to drive. Ball a little bit low on outside corner. Dinsky swings through it.
That evens the count. 2-2. With 2 outs. And 2 runs on the scoreboard. A lot of 2s.
See what Dinsky can do here with 2 strikes and 2 outs. Pitch low and outside. Fouls that one down the right field line. Out of play. And the bat boy, Lucas, hustling out and giving the umpire a fresh set of baseballs. Well, a lot of foul balls so far today.
Yep, that's for sure. Kids are busy and want those free lollipops. The fans continue to trickle in.
Yeah, it's a great crowd today. 2-2 count. And that ball is lofted into left center field. Both outfielders converge on it. Center fielder calls it and hauls it in. So, Haar gets 2 runs on a walk and 2 hits and takes the lead 2-1. We'll be back. Brought to you by
Wilbräu Brauerei.
There we go. The pitcher wants to go out and really try to go for a 1-2-3 inning. This game is really cruising along, so Tomic comes to the plate. Ball 1. Drops that breaking ball in for a strike in the inside corner. Batter didn't want anything to do with that. It's a big weapon if you can control your breaking ball early in the count. Fastball. Called strike right down the pipe. 1-2 count. Ball misses down. 2-2. Von Cap comes set. Pitch just misses on the outside corner. Von Cap wanted that one again. Full count. Crowd cheering on Von Cap. Breaking ball into the hole between short and third. Riestra gets it, but could not throw him out. Softly hit ball. Really didn't have a chance on that. So that's a base infield hit.
Yeah, slow roller to the shortstop. Good play to get to it, but long throw, just not in time.
So Weber steps to the plate. Had a ground ball to second base in the first inning. Fastball pumps it in there, strike one. Cap has good zip on his fastball. He's stronger this year. He's got a uptick on his fastball, so you can tell he's always sitting in the I would say in the low to mid 80s.
Pick off attempt, not in time.
Another player that's been on the under 18 national team, and I believe the under 23 national team. So they certainly have Von Cap in their sights. I think he's hitting 370 as well as a hitter in part-time duty in the outfield and as a DH in the second game. Usually he's DH'd 4 in the first game to conserve and have him focus on pitching. They bunt again back to Von Cap. He goes to second base and he throws him out.
Wow, another heads-up play.
You can just see the athleticism. Just bounces off the mound, goes to it, knows what he wants to do, knows where he wants to go, and
no hesitation.
And
got the lead runner.
Wallace also probably helping calling the play where he should go on that, because the pitcher can't see behind his back, but threw a strike and a bullet right to Riestra at second base to get the lead runner on the bunt attempt. So that's a 1-6 that the runner's out, and the batter Weber reaches on a fielder's choice.
Bunt attempt foul down the first baseline.
Stuttgart playing small ball, trying to get that run into scoring position.
Yeah, we have a drinks delivery here from the crowd. That's fantastic. I will enjoy my brew from the Brauerei Wildbräu.
In Grafing or Grafing?
Grafing, I
It's
believe.
towards Ebersberg. Grafing, yeah. I have not been out there yet, but I would love it if we had a team event with our new sponsor. It's a delicious beer, although I'm sticking with Coke Light for now. That's what they call it over here in Germany. Diet Coke in the U.S.
Coke Light here.
Well, they wouldn't know what Coke is either. They call it Coca-Cola or Cola. They don't really.
Cola Light.
Yeah, they don't go with the Coke. The Coke is something else very different here in Germany. So Von Cap with a 1-0 pitch. Another soft ball back to Von Cap, and he goes to second for one. First base, the throw to first, not in time, but he gets the lead runner. So again, 1-6, and gets the force for the second out. Unusual, 2 plays in a row, 1-6.
Yeah, it wasn't a bunt attempt. That was a swinging bunt.
Absolutely. So
another heads-up play by Von Cap. This is keeping that lead runner at bay.
He's that extra defender in the infield, because he grew up as an infielder, and 3-4 years ago he was playing shortstop for the Disciples. So very athletic pitcher off the mound, as are many of the other Disciples pitchers. Pitch low and outside, kept by Wallace from going to the backstop. Good swiping grab on that one. Gonzalez at the plate. Walked last time. Runner on first, 2 outs. Fastball on the outside corner, pokes it through past the second baseman into right field. Throw comes in, so the batter stops. The runner stops at second. A single for Gonzalez.
So Stuttgart threatening, as we know they're in a hole and they need this game.
Yeah, we, the Disciples, did not expect anything easy today. Stuttgart coming with all their heart and soul.
The Stuttgart dugout very vocal, spurring on their teammates.
Beck comes to the plate, flied out to center field before. Fastball on the outside corner, strike 1.
Lefty at the plate, so anything to right field is a scoring opportunity. With a man on second.
Lechner holds off the runner and gets back into the hole. 1-1 count.
Wind picking up a bit here in the park.
Yeah, apologize for any feedback if people hear the wind on the microphones.
That's not heavy breathing.
Fastball.
I'm here to provide the off-color commentary, Tim, so.
As usual. But as you said, you do have the advantage of having grown up in the baseball culture of the United States, which is, really spread around the world and evident by the, the popularity of the World Baseball Classic. Fouls that one back. 2-2 count now. Runners on first and second. 2 outs. 2-2 count.
Yeah, the batter choking up on the bat and trying to make contact with 2 strikes.
Von Cap gets a ground ball, slow and easy to second base. Lechner bounces it, but Patrice picks it out of the dirt for the 3rd out of the inning, and the Disciples escape with no damage. So they hold on to the 2-1 lead. This is brought to you by Wildbräu Brauerei, and Rick says prost to that.
I'll drink to that for sure.
We'll be back. And we're back in Haar. Will Thorpe steps to the plate. Our Canadian long-time player, I believe he's back for his 7th or 8th season in Haar. Since 2016, he's definitely been here.
And one of my poker buddies.
So he steps in, leading off the bottom of the 4th with a 2-1 lead. Hits a ground ball. Easy play for Gonzalez on a big hop. Throws to first. Batter out. 5-3.
Yeah, Haar looking to increase their lead.
They need base runners. David Wallace steps up to the plate. Number
Yeah,
22.
having base runners is indeed one of the prerequisites of scoring.
Unless the batter hits a home run.
That's true.
Then
he becomes the base runner.
Then he's walking around the bases or jogging. Or occasionally sprinting. Depends on who hits one. Wallace takes strike one on the outside corner. Mendoza's really been, pounding the strike zone today. Only one walk, two walks so far.
Well, hoping to keep the Haar batters under the Mendoza line.
Wow, that pitch looked on the outside corner, but that's a ball.
Yeah, very interesting strike zone from the umpire.
Well,
I'll say no more.
It would be interesting. Another thing that could be coming in 2024 in MLB is an automatic strike zone by computer.
That's right, robot umpire. They're
testing that at some levels in different minor leagues and the Atlantic League, for instance.
Yeah, I think the robot ump is at least 2 years out at the major league level. But I think what we will see next year is a pitch clock and the banning of the shift. I think that's going to come.
I think one solution, 3-1 count now on Wallace with that pitch up, is that infielders have to keep 1 foot in the dirt. So they can still play maybe on different sides of the infield, but it would minimize that, playing 4 outfielders.
True.
And Wallace swings through on a 3-1 pitch with a good hack.
And for the Office fans who are listening, David Wallace is not the CFO of Dunder Mifflin. He's a Haar baseball player.
On the full count, Mendoza comes at him with a fastball, and Wallace gets a piece of it.
Barely staying alive.
Please don't sing the Bee Gees.
No, I will not. But I will if you want me to.
Yes, I'm sure you would.
Yes.
We're not having karaoke at this time. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
You can tell by the way I use my walk. I'm a woman's man. No time to talk.
And Wallace swings through a pitch on the lower outside part of the plate for the strikeout. And a quick 2 outs. Brings Joe Rosenthal to the plate. Great addition to the team this year. Very athletic. We have a pretty good core of 5-tool players. Like I said, he led off the game last weekend with a home run. Oh, there's a solid hit, ground ball, and it goes scoots under the shortstop's glove. I thought he was going to make that play.
Yeah, that'll definitely be error.
Rosenthal had a sniper going around first base, took a digger, but got back safely. Put on the brakes. Nowhere to go on that. The ball picked up by the outfield and returned in there. But
yeah, the shortstop, defense, despite their stellar defensive metrics, it looked like he kind of nonchalanted that one, if that's a word.
I believe
and just squirted under his glove.
Score counted that as an E6. But not what Stuttgart wants, to put on a speedy runner. Rosenthal among the top 20 in steals in the league for sure.
Yeah, he's got 12 on the year against only 2 caught stealings.
Well, he's top 10 then. And a weak hit ground ball to second base. Riestra's digging hard, but they make the play 4-3 for the 3rd out of the inning.
Quick inning.
Yep, Stuttgart really battling right now. So let's see what they do offensively when they come back. Brought to you by Bill Broy Brauerei. We'll be back.
All right, and we're back here at beautiful Haar Park. Sun has come out. Again, it's a perfect day for baseball. Not too hot. Wind settled down a bit. First pitch curveball, dropped it right in there for a strike. Really has some good breaking stuff going on today. Seems to have settled in after the first inning jitters. Another breaking ball fouled off. Batter quickly in a hole, 0-2. All right, he gets set. Oh, and the batter is hit, so he'll take his base. The fastball got away with him up and inside, and just clipped him on the shoulder, it looked like. So Stuttgart, man on first early in the inning. First batter, in fact. So Jonas Witt at the plate, the man on first. Stuttgart hoping to even this up and stay alive for their playoff hopes. Bunt down the third base line, nicely fielded by Nate. No chance at second. Ball gets thrown away at first base. Runner will go to third, and he's in there, safe. So now runners on first and third with nobody out. Stuttgart threatening.
And the mistakes piling up. It's not what Von Kapp wanted to hit a guy with 2 strikes, I believe.
That's correct.
And now Nate was charging hard on that, but the throw got out of Patrice's glove. Not sure whether he got pulled off the bag or not, but
It was a little off-target throw by Nate because he looked to see if he could get him at second and saw he had no chance, so he had to rush the throw to first. And throw was in time, but it was off-target, and Patrice couldn't scoop it. A little discussion now by Wallace and Von Kapp.
end
What
result,
they want
right?
to do in this situation. So they're bringing the infield in.
First and third. So corners are in.
Corners are in, correct? Yeah.
They're going for a double play up the middle.
I spoke too soon about the wind. Attempted bunt, missed.
Stuttgart is bunting madness at the moment. Really trying to get runs across any way they can. They're down 2-1.
Yeah, the long ball is pretty much out of question here with this strong wind and the huge dimensions of Haar Park. So they're doing some station-to-station manufacturing runs baseball today, which I like to see. That's the way the game should be played, I think.
You don't see much of it anymore in the major leagues, that's for sure.
Yeah,
But,
it's really the 3 true outcomes: walks, home runs, and strikeouts.
pitch down and in. 2-0 count.
Yeah, which is why they're trying to introduce these measures to kind of bring the action back to the game and to bring down the time of the games. I mean, the length of Major League Baseball games just crawled up steadily over the years, and it's now at the highest it's ever been. I think they're averaging 3 hours and 20 minutes a game, something like that. And, maybe not even 10, 15 years ago was under 3 hours. So that's one of the reasons they're trying to introduce these measures to speed things up with the pitch clock.
And that pitch fouled down the line. 2-2 count. Von Kapp battling back from down 2-0. First and third. Nobody out. Von Kapp now looking for the strikeout or double play.
Yeah, double play would concede the run.
Comes set.
Just missed inside.
Yeah, if it's headed at the corners, you'll see them look the runner on third back. Most likely.
Most likely.
Outfielders, left field is very shallow. It's Drew Thomas looking to be able to throw the guy out. Leadoff hitter, Giannis Weber. Full count. Oh no, now it's full count. That breaking ball was outside. And there's discussion now with the Stuttgart coach pointing at the scoreboard, which said 3-2. But again, not something we depend on here. Von Cap comes set with the payoff pitch. Fastball poked into left field, kind of right at Drew Thomas. He's going to try to throw him out at home. He runner tags and holds up. He faked going. It did not go. So big out for the Disciples.
That's huge.
Drew Thomas was playing right where he wanted to. The ball hit right at him. Kind of batter poked it out there and was not able to get the runner in.
Yeah, that would have been a risky tag attempt, and I think he, discretion the better part of valor, went back to third base because I think he would have been gunned down. Even on the relay, because the throw was cut off by Nathan Thomas. And I still would have been able to make that turn and get him out at the plate. So still at first and third, but now one out. Low and outside. First pitch. Pick off attempt to first. Runner back in time.
Big inning here for the Disciples. Runners on first and third, hanging on to a 2-1 lead. And the swing and a miss at a fastball low and outside. You can imagine and maybe see down there that the Disciples bullpen's slowly getting ready. Pitch count rising. Von Cap has been dancing in and out of trouble in a few different innings, but hanging on to a 2-1 lead here. 1-1 count with one out. Fastball popped into right field. Actually, that ball's carrying all. Oh my goodness, that ball
is gone.
It's gone. I did not think that ball was going out.
That looked like a routine fly ball to right field, but it just kept on going and over the fence.
I think that ball got caught in the wind and just carried. And a 3-run home run for Marco Cardoso. That ball just kept carrying, Rick.
That's his 4th home run of the year.
And Stuttgart all out of the dugout with a 3-run home run, a 3-run Johnson. That changes the game.
Yeah, that got up in the wind. Opposite field home run for Cardoso. And couldn't have come at a better time for Stuttgart.
They take a 4-2 lead.
More people coming into the Haar field, including one of my softball teammates. Shout out to Chris.
Servus. Well, that is
a game changer, literally.
Yep, definitely. You'll see some bullpen action, people stretching down there. That ball hanging curveball, but hit at Simon Lechner on a soft line drive. Yeah, Cardoso hit that ball, hit it well, contacted very high, and it carried, went over the right field fence. That's a legit home run here in Haar.
Yeah, opposite field, no less. The wind had something to say about that, but still, very well struck ball.
Pitch fell back. I think that was Earl Weaver that said pitching, defense, and 3-run homers is what the old Baltimore Orioles were built on in the 70s.
Yep, for sure.
And that is what Stuttgart is using today. Although they've been bunting a lot, which I don't think Weaver did much of.
No, he wasn't known much for his station-to-station ball.
The Orioles were known for their 420 game winners.
That's correct, yeah.
One season. The last time that happened. Probably will never happen again.
Nope. It's rare to get a 120 game winner in the majors this year, or this time in the baseball's development.
On cap pitch. Fastball up and in.
I think there have, what, been 3 complete games in total in Major League this year?
Not many. And at least one was a no-hitter. The Angels pitcher Reed Detmers, who got sent down to the minors, actually, a few starts later. Now, Weber walks, brings Uhl to the plate.
So man on with 2 outs. Stuttgart hoping to build on their now lead.
Yeah, nobody said this game was going to be easy. We knew this was going to be a competitive game. Both teams very talented. Let's see who can take advantage of opportunities. That pitch bounces. You can tell one cap starting to tire a little bit, and the bullpen definitely going for the Disciples here in the top of the 5th. You'd like to see him get out of this and stick in it for another inning or so, but that pitch pops a fastball in there. Looks like he's lost a couple ticks in the fastball, which is typical when you start to get up probably 60, 70 pitches by now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guesstimating that.
Yeah, we can check our StatCast feed.
Pitch fouled back.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs, man on first.
But again, they made that error pay when they bunted. The throw got away at first base, put another base runner on, and then it turned into a 3-run home run. A delayed steal, and Wallace throws him out. Caught stealing again.
That was a fantastic play. A perfect throw by Wallace. The second baseman wasn't even close to the bag, but he ran to the ball, caught it, and put down the late tag just in time. Another caught stealing from Davis Wallace.
For the 3rd out, but Stuttgart did damage with a 3-run home run, putting them up 4-2. We'll be back here in Haar. Disciples coming to the plate soon. We're back in Haar, top of the lineup coming up. Haar down 4-2. Nate Thomas coming to the plate.
Hoping to get a little bit more love from the umpire. I think last time he was called out looking on a strike that was questionable, but let's see if he can make up for it here.
Nate thinking bunt, but takes a pitch on the outside. Ball 1.
He's definitely someone who can bunt for a hit, though he doesn't need to.
This is a big inning for both Haar and Stuttgart. Bottom of the 5th. Stuttgart just put up a 3-run inning, up 4-2, and Haar definitely looking to do some damage here themselves on top of the lineup. Mendoza looking to keep them off the bases, especially the speedy Nate Thomas. Hits a ball down the left field line, foul.
Yeah, Nate thought it was foul, then he thought, man, maybe this is fair, so I start running, and no, it did drop foul.
He had a good view on that, but if that ball drops in, he's an automatic double. He's probably the fastest player in the league from home to second. That's my guess. Some others could argue that. especially the league
I
leader.
could beat him. I could beat him from home to second, but I would go right to second. I wouldn't go via first base.
You might beat him to the beer garden. Curveball. Wow.
Not called a strike. Well, I thought that was a perfect pitch.
It
But,
was a great curveball. Mendoza's got it going on today.
But the ump did not like it, so he did not call it a strike.
So in the book, it's a ball.
Exactly. Will look good to me.
2-2 count now on the scoreboard. Drops in another curveball.
Oh, man. Okay.
And Nate talking back to the Stuttgart bench. Little,
yeah, so that was also not called a strike, and it looked like a perfect curveball right in the strike zone for me. The count is now 3-2.
With the headphones on, I can't hear, but you can tell the Stuttgart bench is
they're chirping away.
Chirping at the umpire. And pitch up at his head level, fastball. Nate couldn't hold back on that one. Had a check swing, swung through it.
And the attempt to throw it around the horn went awry as the third baseman missed that catch from the catcher.
Which doesn't really matter. They'll take the out, and we need Simon Lechner coming to the plate. Ball one outside. That walk-up song from Simon Lechner is in part, I believe, a tribute to one of the all-time greatest hitters in Disciples history, Josh Peterson, who's watching the game today probably in Boston, Massachusetts. So, hey, Josh.
Hey, Josh, shout out to you. I was just in Boston 2 weeks ago. Could have got together for a beer.
Simon with a bunt down the line,
foul.
And it's foul ball. Good idea. Not the fastest of runners, but a very smart runner and hitter.
It's a well-placed bunt, just foul.
Crowd into it today.
Yeah, full park.
Lechner facing a 1-2 count. Mendoza dealing with a nice curveball. Again, call the ball.
Okay.
That could have been inside.
Yeah, just a bit.
I'd really love to have the view of the MLB cameras.
Exactly.
The strike zone, the
box.
box. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, exactly, because these look like some really great pitches.
That pitch outside.
I think Mendoza could be getting frustrated.
Full count.
But at least from our vantage point, it looks like a lot of those could have been called strikes. Yeah, and here's Tim Collins coming into the park.
And it looks like he's broadcasting live something, but... And the called third strike on the inside corner. Simon Lechner goes down looking. And the man, the myth, the legend is here, Tim Collins. He's not going to be on the air for another few minutes or until he's fed and
and watered.
Yeah,
perhaps, or beard.
Drew Thomas at the plate, and another curveball dropped in. Mendoza
this
has
one
fantastic.
He calls for a strike.
He has a fantastic curveball today.
That is beautiful.
Yep, we can appreciate that. And you know the batters are not certain what's coming, fastball or curveball, in different counts.
Yep.
And he's got a lot of our guys looking today.
Well,
five strikeouts looking. That's unusual.
That's unusual, and it may be a good strategy because the umpire is just not giving him. And now he calls a strike that looked to me was way outside, but hey.
Fastball on the outside corner. Mendoza K's the side looking. So Haar goes down in the fifth, and Stuttgart holds on to a 4-2 lead. And we'll be back, brought to you by
Brauerei Wildbräu.
We're back in Haar, and Haar Disciples have gone to the bullpen after 5 innings by Titus von Kapp, down 4-2. They bring in Jan Andreat.
Jan is pitching to a 2.95 ERA. He's got a stellar 4-to-1 K to walk ratio, 16 strikeouts against only oh, sorry, I was reading the wrong stat line, but he's got 16 Ks to 9 walks. So, yeah, he's given up 7 earned runs and 21.1 innings pitched. 18 hits, 10 runs allowed.
Yeah, he's taken some steps forward this year as a, kind of a, at times, he's been a shut-down middle reliever and setup man with a good amount of strikeouts.
Yeah, he's got a 5-1 record.
Picked up, I believe, all those wins in relief.
Oh, that's fantastic. So it's always good to have a good middleman.
We're picking up our offense does damage normally throughout the game, so we'll see what happens in the coming innings. But he's trying to hold Stuttgart here for an inning or two. Let's see what Coach Alex Tufts does, but he went to the pen here in the 6th inning, which probably was the plan. Drops in a curveball for strike 1. Great pitch for Andriat. Actually, he can have a dominant curveball.
Like a little up and in.
Looked like a changeup inside. Did he call that first pitch ball? The scoreboard says 2-0 count.
I don't know. I thought it was a strike, but
yeah, that curveball. That curveball looked right down the middle on the first pitch, but.
All right. Well, according to the scoreboard, it's 2-1. I think it's 1-2, but we'll see.
Doesn't always put up his fingers, so.
Yeah, he's kind of a stealth strike caller, this umpire.
That fastball was right down the middle, so. Andrea comes back with a fastball. Popped up, back! Oh, I guess I'm yelling to Wally, and he makes the catch. I'm used to yelling from the dugout, where I normally am sitting, and I may return soon. Tim Collins sitting next to Rick Royston and I'm Tim Williford, so we're a threesome on the bench here, sitting behind the cameras, and actually supported by Stuttgart. Brought their own 2 cameras. Thank you very much to them to help the broadcast today.
It's a collaborative effort here in Haar.
So nice play by young Wallace to get the first out of the inning on a foul F2, I would call it, to the catcher. Drops in a curveball, strike 1. Xavi Gonzalez at the plate now. At curveball, low and outside, bounces to the backstop. No harm, no foul. 1-1 count. Lucas hustling. Every day he's hustling when he's a bat boy.
Every day is hustling.
You've been wanting this thing for a while.
I have been. LMFAO.
And is that another curveball? And wow, a chopper goes right over the head of a skying Nate Thomas, who has a great vertical leap, but it's over his head at third base. And Gonzalez at first with a single.
That was a one hopper over Nate Sean Thomas, so that one got up.
Got Beck coming to the plate. He's 0 for 2. Flied to right and grounded out to second base. Gonzalez leads off first. Andrea looking for a double play here.
Aren't we always?
Andrea comes set. And the pitch, fastball, Pumps it in there. Strike one. 1-1 count.
Yeah, Gonzalez with 8 stolen bases against 1 caught stealing, so he is a danger. Taking a pretty decent lead. Nice jump.
That was a change
Nice
up.
secondary lead.
John's got his pitch mix going right now. Strike 2.
They're holding him on at first. But he's almost to the cutout, so he's taking quite a good lead there at first base.
1-2 pitch. Fastball in there, lofted into right field. Rosenthal comes in and makes the catch.
Looks
2
like
outs.
that might have dropped in the gap, but a very good jump on the ball by the right fielder and got to it.
And there's a lot of speed in the outfield with Drew Thomas, David Dinsky, and Josef Rosenthal. It's hard to get balls dropping in out there.
All right, 2 down.
Von Bergen coming to the plate, grounded out to third and was hit by a pitch. 2 outs. Andriat drops in a curveball, ground ball. Tough bounce to Nate Thomas, and he cannot throw him out.
The runner was going as well, so it looked like a hit and run was on.
Could have just been a straight steal, but it doesn't matter. Regardless, that ball took a kind of a tough hop.
I think they'll call that an error.
It's a hit in the book, says the
Okay.
official score. Kind of a tough hop, I guess. The end result right now is runners at first and second with 2 outs. A little bit of a jam here. Andriat's used to working in and out of trouble.
That is the lot in life of the reliever.
A lot of these relievers now on our team and many teams come in the stretch anyways, so they don't, it's not like they go to the windup. Very few pitchers nowadays seem to be doing the windup at all.
Mm-hmm.
Pitch 1, fastball, up and in, ball 1. We should also, I want to congratulate Jan Andrea as bringing the newest member of the Disciples, his son Leo.
Ah, congratulations.
About a month old right now. And the papa comes to set, throws a fastball in there. Strike 1. 1-1 count. Not sure how much sleep he's getting as a new father, but still a effective weapon out of the bullpen. And he's looking to get Witt here, the 9-hitter. Looks back the runner.
Time called by the ump.
Batter called time. Ump doesn't have to give it, and sometimes he doesn't.
It's selfie time. Selfie time in the broadcast booth. Tim Collins, our mentor.
The maestro is having some fun here. He's right behind us. He's in our ear. But we got Jan Andriat coming set. Trying to get out of the jam with 2 outs. Runners on first and second. Batter fouled that one off on the outside corner of the plate.
Like a check swing, just barely got a piece of the ball. Counts now 1-2.
I'm not sure if that was a cutter or a cut fastball that had some movement on it. I don't think it was a curveball. Sometimes it's hard to tell really you have to really know the pitcher's pitch selection, and even then sometimes it's difficult to determine what's a cutter and what's a slider. Yeah, especially some pitchers have a lot of movement on different days. And Andrea can have a lot of strikeouts, so let's see what he does here on a 1-2 count. Looks that was a slider curveball, ball in the dirt, and Wallace fires him out at first base.
That's right. Swing and a miss. Drop third strike. Thrown out at first base. So Endriot gets out of the inning. No damage. Still 4-2 Stuttgart. Going into the bottom of the 6th. And we'll be back.
We're back in Haar. Mendoza is just dealing right now. He's given up 3 hits and 2 runs through the first 6 innings. So we're not through the first 5 innings. We're in the bottom of the 6th right now. Daniel Patrice stepping to the plate.
All right. And Haar trying to dig out of this hole.
Patrice has struck out, had an RBI single, and fouled out to the catcher. No, I'm incorrect. Drew Thomas ended last inning. Mendoza struck out the side last inning. He has
That's correct, yeah.
7 Ks in 5 innings.
Keeping those batters under the Mendoza line.
And Patrice waiting for the music to be turned off. Mendoza set and bounces the first fastball to the plate. I suppose that could have been a changeup, but either way, ball 1 in the dirt. Also want to give a shout out while I get the opportunity. My daughter, Katarina, happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Kat.
And Patrice with a fly ball carrying to right field. The outfielder going back in the warning track off his glove and into second base with a stand-up double, Daniel Patrice. Well, that ball could have been caught. It was off his glove.
It was off his glove, yeah. I mean, a good jump on it. Just the sun may have played a factor.
Yeah, that ball kept carrying, really.
It did. I mean, it went to the warning track, so the balls are carrying to right field. Another opposite field hit that looked in danger of going out, but to the warning track, off the right fielder's glove, and a double for Patrice. So a good start to the inning for the Haar Disciples, trying to climb out of that 4-2 deficit.
David Dinsky stepping to the plate, 0 for 2. That means he's due. Pitch 1 in the dirt. You can see signs of Mendoza tiring a bit. He's thrown a good amount of pitches in the 6th inning.
He may go back to his curveball here. I mean, he's been dropping that in.
If he's smart, he'll mix it up against the middle of the order here, especially. Patrice leading off second base.
Tomahawk chop going on in the stands here.
Ground ball to shortstop. Charges it and throws him out. So Patrice advances to third base on the 6-3. American scoring system 6-3. Position 6 is shortstop, throws to 3, first baseman. That'd be really hard for me to announce in German. Tim, I'm sure, would be fine at it, but 6-3, it sounds weird. It sounds weird when I speak German anyways.
Ja, wir können das Rest auf Deutsch machen, wenn du willst.
Nicht jetzt. Let's stick with English. Will Thorpe coming to the plate.
Good time for his first home run of the year. Tie things up with one swing of the bat.
We take a sac fly here. Will just looking to get the ball in the outfield. Takes a fastball down the middle for strike one. Runner on third base. And one out. The dugout probably urging on to do the job, get the runner in any way you can. Stuttgart playing the corners in.
Yeah. Mendoza dropped that curveball inside and low for a ball. Evens the count at 1-1 with one out. Runner on third.
Really the
crowd getting into it here in Haar.
Kind of the corners halfway, but a ground ball at the first baseman or third baseman, they would have a chance to throw Patrice out at the plate, not with a ground ball up the middle.
One low. Pitcher wanted that one. So did the Stuttgart dugout. But 2-1 count now to Will Thorpe. Pitcher set.
Dugout urging on Will. Takes a fastball kind of up and inside on that. Big strike zone on that one.
Yeah, it's a variable strike zone from the umpire. Let's just leave it at that. Not going to comment on umps who do a great job, but
sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes.
Will Thorpe now with a 2-2 count, looking for a ball he can drive, and he hits a ground ball to the second baseman. That'll do the job. Patrice scores, and the batter, the first baseman's pulled off the bag with a bad throw from the second baseman.
Called out safe. So Will Thorpe on first with the RBI. Let's call it an error for sure.
Yeah, that's an RBI either way because the runner would have scored, whether the first baseman catches that ball in the bag or not. But the coach from Stuttgart's arguing that in a gentle manner, apparently.
Yep, but I have to agree, certainly from this angle, looked like he was pulled off the bag on that bad throw from the second baseman.
So with the third run, Disciples now down 4-3, and Will Thorpe on first base. Either way, that's got to be an E4. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Another ground ball to second baseman. Cardoso shovels it over to shortstop, and he fires him out at first base. Double play for Stuttgart.
But Haar reduces the deficit. They get a run.
Important run.
Very important. So 4-3. Stuttgart trying to maintain their lead and keep their playoff hopes alive.
We'll be back.
Don't know how much of that everyone heard, since I think we were live the whole time.
I don't think so. But we're back on. Jan Endriot is back out for the top of the 7th. down 4-3, trying to keep Stuttgart right there. On for a second inning of relief after Titus von Kapp pitched the first 5 innings.
So there was some intensive debate during the downtime between innings on whether or not Tim Williford was going to sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" at the half inning. We're trying to convince Mr. Williford that indeed he will sing with us.
I didn't know there was any debate going on since the music major Tim Collins is back. I think I've heard you two perform it with different renditions. I've just got the bass, how low can you go? But I don't think I will.
How low can you go?
Don't think I will
traumatize. I think it would be a wonderful experience for all our listeners. So maybe we could take a poll. I don't know if we could monitor the response, but what version of "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" would everyone like to hear? We could do a falsetto. We could play it straight. We could try it out in German.
If you get a fourth, you could have a barbershop quartet.
That's right.
So,
all right.
Top of the lineup now.
Enderot getting set.
Weber at the plate. Weber grill. Americans definitely call it Weber grill, right?
the Weber Grill. Ich bin ein Streber mit dem Weber.
Is that what they say?
Well, that's what I say.
It's a very expensive grill, well-known product in Germany. They're very proud of it. And Rayat comes set, drops in the curveball, but low, and bounces to the backstop. Great game, beautiful day. Clouds in the sky, but now the blue sky is also coming in intermittently.
Weiß-Blau von Bayern.
Fastball up and away. Ball. Great crowd. Best of the year for the Disciples.
Well, last game before the playoffs. Everyone's here to support the team.
And this is a playoff do-or-die game for Stuttgart. And rips it down the line. That ball's rolling all the way to the fence. Runner is on his horse. And he stops at second.
Will be held at second.
Yep, Rosenthal got over there in a hurry to get the ball back in.
Stand-up double, sharply hit down the line, all the way to the fence, but Rosenthal got it back in quickly, held them at second.
Strong leading off the inning from their leadoff hitter. Jonas Weber. Now up Marco Cardoso, who had an absolute blast over the right field fence last at bat for a 3-run homer, which is the story of the ball game right now, with Stuttgart up 4-3. Now he's up with a runner on second base.
Another RBI opportunity. Drops that curveball in for a strike.
On the inside corner, that's a tough pitch to hit, and I think the batters are having a tough time today because they don't know where the strike zone is.
Yeah, there's
both sides.
Bit of a lack of consistency from the umpire, which is the worst thing. I mean, if you're going to call inside, outside, high, low, whatever, as long as you're consistent. And at this point, I think the batters just don't know what's going to be a strike and what's not.
And he swings and chases that one low and outside in the dirt.
Well, if you swing and miss, you know that's a strike.
Aggressive hitting. Well, it's a strike in the end, but that was a little over-aggressive.
Yeah.
I will say I don't mind being up here or being in the dugout or being on the field, but I do not want to be that umpire.
Exactly.
It's not my thing to do.
It's not an easy job, and they do a great job of it.
They
most of the time.
Most of the time, they enjoy doing it. A lot of them do it as a hobby. It's not a full-time job for sure. But they get to enjoy the weather and be out there, and with a game they evidently love too. Andrea comes set. Curveball inside.
Just missed inside.
0-2.
I think both the pitchers, the breaking stuff has been on point today.
Yeah. Monkev had a good breaking
Really
ball.
a lot of movement.
I don't know. What pitch did Cardoso hit out of the park last time? I assume that was a fastball then from Von Kopf to get it to carry that far, but I'd have to watch on replay. I really don't recall. But dangerous situation here. 1-2 count. Andrea comes set.
Stays alive through the third base coach's legs. foul ball down the left field line.
Von Kappa, as he often does, hustling after the ball, getting some running in, as pitchers do after they
Stay
come out
warm.
of a game.
Gotta get
That too.
Keep those muscles warm.
Good chance he might be in the lineup for game 2 as he's hitting 370. Servus. On cap now with a 1-2 pitch.
That's
Again.
Ender Hutt, actually.
Ah, yes, it is. I had on cap on my mind. And he fouls it off again. And
Von Cap fields the ball.
In
foul
front of
ball.
in front of the dugout. Becomes a way to stay in the game. It's when you got a lot of guys on the bench. It's a way to bring energy to the team. You know?
So will he be shagging foul balls with the rest of the kids?
Well,
Probably not.
According to our age, he still is a kid, but
Yeah.
a great young athlete, and
So-
maybe a little disappointed right now, but good to see him in good spirits, and I would guess he might be in the lineup there. Okay.
Well, actually, some of those. Well, let's wait till this pitch. Yeah, staying alive again. Foul ball off the right-hand side. So Von Cap could actually turn in some of those foul balls towards the dugout in for a lollipop. I mean, I think that would make him happy.
Well, there's a lot of on cups. He has 3 brothers and sisters.
So they just send them out.
And they've all played and they all are playing, all 4 of them are playing in the Disciples system. His younger brother's on the 3rd team, is a long time in the academy. Sisters on I believe is on the national team for U18 softball, and his youngest sister is still in the Little League system, and Titus is one of the coaches.
Okay. The umpire called time on that one.
A little strange. Okay.
Very, very strange. And the wind is blowing strongly out. This could be another opportunity for Cardoso to drive another one over the right field wall. Yeah, I'm not sure what prompted the umpire's time call on that, because I know that batter didn't ask for it.
That kid wanted to keep the souvenir. Player come out to get the ball and didn't get it. Still a 1-2 count. Cardoso battling. Andreat. Ball in the dirt, bounces past Wallace. That is a wild pitch. A runner advances to 3rd base with nobody out.
Very good opportunity for Stuttgart to tie things up here. With no outs and a man on 3rd, the dangerous hitter at the plate. And as we mentioned before, the longer the at-bat goes on, the better it is for the batter. They get to see more of the pitcher's stuff. Now let's see if Cardoso can take advantage of this.
Bullpen getting warm for the Disciples. Andrea trying to keep Weber on 3rd base. 2-2 count. Another curveball inside, pops it up towards 1st base. They're both calling it. Patrice makes the play on the infield dirt still, and the runner stays. No chance to advance. So a P3. If you're scoring at home, a 1 out. Yeah, that's a big run in this 4-3 1-run ball game. Like a playoff game for Stuttgart.
Yep.
Haar battling, trying to keep that runner there and come back.
Yeah, in case you missed it at the beginning of the broadcast, so Stuttgart needs to win both of these games to qualify for the playoffs. Haar has already clinched at least 3rd place.
Fouled back.
And the playoffs start next week.
It's kind of a cardinal sin to talk about the playoffs before you're there, but
Yeah, that's our job.
Not often you can do it.
You're not a member of the team right now, Tim. You're a broadcaster. We can't talk about the playoffs.
Yeah, it's really the Disciples trying to focus on the task at hand. The runner on 3rd base. Pop up, sky ball up to Nate Thomas, 3rd base, makes the play. 2nd pop up in the row. That's that nasty curveball from Jan Andriat. He just has
Just can't time it.
He has a really tough repertoire, so he ends up with a lot of strikeouts and getting a lot of batters out with that curveball, because you don't know when it's coming, and it's a great weapon. He can throw it on both sides of the plate. So that's a P5.
I thought that was the 3rd out. I was ready to sing.
2 outs. So 2 big outs, 2 pop-ups with a runner on third base.
Yeah, got to think that Stuttgart is really frustrated right now. This perfect opportunity.
Danilo Weber stepping to the plate. Curveball, calls that low and outside.
Of course, now with 2 outs, the sac fly possibility is out of the question.
Weber led off the inning with a double, but so far, Andriat's left him at third base. Let's see if he can keep him there.
Advance to third on the wild pitch.
What surely
with
would
no
be.
outs. But unable to capitalize yet.
Drops that in there.
Beautiful curveball for a strike.
It's either a slider or a cutter. It's just a, you can tell this, he's changing.
It looked more up to down movement than did side to side.
He's changing speed, so maybe it's hard for us to tell.
Yep.
1-1 count.
Anyway, a breaking ball in for the strike.
Cleanup hitter Weber at the plate. Fastball right back at him. Andriat fields it at his ankles, takes a couple steps towards first base and gets the out. That's called a little PFP, pitcher's fielding practice. I'm going to put down the microphone and give it to Tim Collins. Hold on, folks. We're still live for the 7th inning stretch.
Tim, thank you so much. Rick, how you doing? What's happening?
I'm good, Tim.
So they're going to play the music as soon as they get it queued up. Uh-oh, we have a camera on us. So
Oh, no. Okay.
look your best.
That's impossible.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone watching and listening.
I don't think it's been switched over to – oh, there we are.
Yeah, there we go. Hi, everyone.
All right, so Jeremy's bringing out the lyrics. In case you forgot the lyrics.
I have not.
I also have not.
Plenty of experience singing these lyrics.
Let's see how long it takes for them. Ready? Take me out to the ball game.
Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back, for it's root for the Disciples. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Oh, we get another one.
Yeah, that's the instrumental version.
This is the instrumental. Okay, we don't need to hum along with that. But thanks, everybody. Happy to be here again announcing with Tim Collins and Tim Williford here in the beautiful Haar Disciples ballpark.
I've been listening the whole game. Sorry. I mean, yeah, I was traveling this morning, and you guys have been fantastic. So I'm out of here. Take over, Tim. You got it. Oh, but Rick, what's the sponsor? What's the main sponsor of today's broadcast?
Brauerei Wildbräu.
Brauerei Wildbräu. Tim?
Wildbräu Brauerei.
Perfect.
Now this is Tim Williford back on the mic.
It's the Tim and Tim show today here at Haar Park.
Not really. It's the Tim and Rick. Tims and Rick.
Trick. Let's just call it Trick.
And
There's a bunt fielded by the pitcher.
oh, he's safe
Got
at
him
first
down.
base, and the ump calls him out.
Oh, he was safe by a half a step, I think, but the ump called him out.
And the dugout from the Disciples yelling their disapproval with that call, but he was banged out at first by the umpire. Rosenthal looked like he was in there, but
He's
really,
smiling. He's smiling because he knows and he thinks he was safe. But hey,
like he's fast as a blur down the line too. Really fast player. So. Called out with enthusiasm.
yeah, the umpire was quite convinced of his call, given the enthusiasm with which he punched him out.
What was the last play here?
All right, there's a ball high.
Hi, back to you. Oh, no. I see our team doctor down there. Talk to him later. All right, ball up at
2-0.
Francisco's head, which would be at some players' shoulders. Our short stop. Great player, great personality, cornerstone of this team. Francisco Riester 0 for 1 with a walk today. 0 for 1 with 2 walks now. Takes ball 4.
There we go. 4-pitch walk.
Nate Thomas, that brings up top of the lineup.
So you don't want to walk the number 9 batter normally, especially not on 4 pitches. Gonzalez looking like he's getting tired out there.
You gotta imagine.
Or Mendoza, sorry.
Yeah, he goes deep into games, but you gotta imagine his pitch count. So at or up over 100. He's in pitch 6 1/3.
Although with all those strikeouts, I don't know that he's pushing 100 yet. You think?
Well, strikeouts usually mean you're deeper in the count. So with the strikeouts and walks, yeah. But Disciples only have
check the
4
StatCast,
hits.
Tim. Just check the StatCast.
Only 4 hits given up so far to this time, to this inning, in the bottom of the 7th. Nate Thomas, known as Shadow, comes to the plate.
Do I remember correctly? Nate's a switch hitter, correct?
He is.
He is a switch hitter, yeah. So, of course, with a righty on the mound, he's batting
Oh,
left-handed.
he crushes that one to center field. That is way over the center fielder's head. And one bounce to the fence. Riester is now rounding third, coming on in. The bench and the coach waving him in. He scores standing up. And Nate Thomas into third with a stand-up triple.
He just crushed that ball.
One hop to the right center field fence over the center fielder's head.
That's Nate's first triple of the year, which is surprising given his speed and the dimensions of this park. But, yeah, he crushed that one.
Yeah, when he's hitting left-handed, he's also put a number over the right field fence in his career here. He's a very powerful hitter. Another one of our 5-tool players for sure.
Well, actually 6 tools since he pitches as well. If there is such a thing as a 6-tool pitcher, I guess that would be Shohei Ohtani, would be the 6 or 7-tool player.
Simon Lechner at the plate, takes ball 1. Infield in for Stuttgart with Nate on third, trying to limit some damage.
All right, 1 out. Nate Sean Thomas on third base. Haar has tied up the game here in the bottom of the 7th. Just off the outside corner for a ball. Still a lot of zip on that fastball for Mendoza. That looked like that was pushing 85 maybe.
Yeah, he's got some adrenaline going now in this spot, so he knows how to turn it up. Up the middle, base hit, line drive. Simon Lechner scores. Nate Thomas. And the Disciples take the lead. Great game. 5-4 now, Disciples in the bottom of the 7th.
Yeah, definitely exciting baseball here at Haar Disciples Park.
Simon with his 2nd RBI of the day. Had an RBI double in the 3rd inning and now an RBI single in the 7th. And that is all she wrote for Mendoza. They're taking him out after 6 1/3 innings. Really a strong performance.
Some more timely hitting by the Haar team.
Yes, absolutely. RBI
And they finally came through. They've been threatening in a couple innings due to some walks and errors, but it's the first time they've really pushed something through when they needed to. So how many have they left on base so far prior to this inning?
Yeah, I don't have that in front of me right now, but he had scattered only 4 hits coming into this inning, so he ended up giving up 6 hits. Mendoza gave up 6 hits and had 7 strikeouts, but ends up giving up 5 runs. I mean,
yeah, but I think only 3 of those are earned, correct?
Yeah, they did not play perfect behind him, and like we said, coming in, they're leading the league in defense, and they kind of had to play a perfect game. And Haar is just they're a strong hitting team, top to bottom in the lineup. Not every team is, of course. The league leaders are Haar, Regensburg, and Heidenheim, and Mainz is strong, and they're all ahead of Stuttgart. But Stuttgart has quite a few guys hitting under 200 in the lineup today, and they've already put 4 on the board. And now it's going to be up to the bullpens of both teams. What's going to happen next? So, number 52. Yes, Pimentel now pitching.
Yeah, Pimentel. He's got 39 innings pitched, so he's second or third on the team in innings pitched. He's started 4 games, but 1 complete game. But looks like most of his time has come in relief. He's pitching to a 5.49 ERA, so he's got 34 Ks, strikeouts, for those who don't know what a K is, to 36 walks. So looks like he's had some control issues. I haven't seen him pitch, but
he got the win. He leads them in wins with 5 wins, and he got the win against Haar up in Stuttgart in relief. So he's a young kid. I believe he's 19 years old, from Venezuela. A lot of talent in Germany that's coming out of Venezuela.
Yeah, well, as in the major leagues as well. So that's a huge baseball country.
Yeah, I believe he had a connection already with Francisco Riestra. They played against each other, I believe, in Venezuela. So Haar finally knocked out Mendoza in that nasty curveball, but Stuttgart with a weapon out of the bullpen, and the head coach playing his cards right now in the bottom of the 7th. Facing Drew Thomas, he pumps in a fastball for strike 1.
Okay, the wind is really blowing out straightaway center field right now.
But a couple of those balls were really crushed today.
Yep.
Simon leads off first base.
Fouls it away, the first base side.
Drew Thomas is 1 for 3.
And there go the kids going after that foul ball. Got to get their lollipops. Whoa.
Stuttgart trying to hang in here. The kids running everywhere.
That's right. Batter calls time.
It's great to see at the ballpark.
Yeah, full park today. I think I heard someone say this is the biggest crowd.
Stuttgart has a pinch hitter swinging full speed right behind their dugout, and the kids are running right near him. That ball's off the plate. Drew Thomas takes that for a ball. Dangerous situation if nobody's watching where they're going.
Yeah, no kidding.
A bat swinging hard near a kid. Anyways, Pimentel set. Fastball up and into Drew Thomas.
Little check swing, did not go around, so evens the count at 2-2.
Mendoza really pitched well, but Haar got to him for the 5th run. Defense didn't help him out all the time, but he really pitched well today.
Yep.
You can say that it was a pitch duel, even though it's 5-4. Pitch down and out.
Should be 3-2 now, full count. 1 out, men on first.
Everybody's up in the Haar dugout, excited about taking the lead there. The team spirit can really rally a team and urge each other on.
Yeah, it makes a big difference.
Great to see people delivering. Pitch
Just
inside,
feeding off that
him.
energy.
Yep.
Feed off that energy, and now.
Getting it to the next guy, as Zach Treese likes to say from our dugout. Drew Thomas takes ball 4 for a walk. Simon Lechner goes down to second base.
This is exactly who Haar wants up in this situation. Try to add to their lead.
Cleanup hitter Daniel Patrice is, I believe he's 2 for 3. Is a single and a double.
So what's your walk-up song, Tim?
I had a couple. Ball. No, strike 1 on the outside corner.
Outside corner, low and outside corner.
I had one counting stars.
Counting stars or counting cars?
Counting stars.
Okay.
That's irrelevant right now. Daniel Patrice up. Fouled back. He was right on that. Okay, I guess I'll give you the clue, but the song was Old But I'm Not That Old. You know that song?
Yep. Is that the one you used later in your life?
Yeah. when I was still playing. 2016, the last time I was at the plate in a game that meant something. Daniel Patrice up with something that means something right now. The pitch
popped it up
into right field, and that's going to hold the runners. Right field hauls that in.
Yep.
F9 does not advance the runners.
Yeah, so my walk-on song is Get Your Freak On by Missy Elliott.
Okay. I don't think I can picture that song, and I'm not sure I want to hear it, but you might grace us with it either way. And David Dinsky steps to the plate. Runners on first and second. One out. No, we got two outs.
Two outs. Yep.
2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Two runs already in.
Keeping you honest, Tim.
Thank you.
Outside, ball 1.
It's not that I'm dishonest. It's a
disinformation.
It's a misremembered, as George W. used to say. I misremembered. So Dinsky at the plate. 1-0 count. Fastball.
Oh, okay.
Pumped in there at the letters, and the ump called that one a ball.
Interesting strike zone from the umpire today. Let's hope he doesn't listen to this broadcast after the game.
Well, both teams are always going to have criticism, no matter what. So Pimentel comes set. 2-0 count. Fastball just below the knees. 3-0. And you wonder here, does
green light swing away or take it?
Well, that's up to Coach Alex Tufts in the third base box. There's signs for that. I did not see anything. I know nothing. 3-0, and he takes it down the middle.
Takes that one for a strike.
That's college football music playing there.
There we go. Yeah.
motivating the crowd.
And they're making some noise. They're making some noise, as you can hear in the background, I'm sure.
3-1, and he hits that to right field. Great contact, and another two-hopper to the fence. And here comes Drew Thomas rounding third, and he's going to stand up scoring, and Dinsky with a stand-up RBI double. 2 more runs. Simon Lechner and Drew Thomas score.
That's right, making it 7-4.
4-run inning. Disciples with a huge inning in the 7th.
I don't want to brag and I don't want to take too much credit, but it must have been the singing that motivated them. I'm sure they would not have been able to do that without this beautiful rendition of "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" by the broadcast crew here.
Well, there's something to be said for the crowd noise, the energy, and the dugout. The support from your teammates and the crowd does have a lot to do with
just the total energy. Yep, exactly. I still think it's the song.
You can have a partial assist on that if you want.
All right, I'll take it. I'll talk to Will after the game and see if I give some credit.
Will Thorpe stepping to the plate, trying to keep it going. Dinsky leading off second base. Kind of a floater pitch up and in. Ball 1. Guess that was a slider.
It was close to being an ephus.
It wasn't that slow. Like your softball pitch, underhand pitches.
Exactly.
Pimentel deals fastball right down the cock is one way to say that.
All right, now the time's for the off-color commentary coming from Tim Williford.
That's a fastball right down the middle is a way to say that.
Okay. Haven't heard that one before.
No?
But,
Okay.
I'm going to use it again.
Very hittable pitch, but Thorpe wasn't liking it. So that pitch is ball inside, 2-1. Just sometimes you're looking for a pitch, or it's not what you're looking for, or you just want to see it from a new pitcher. It's your first at bat against a relief pitcher.
That's right. Got to feel him out.
Fastball low and outside.
Down and away. 3-1. So you think Will will be swinging away here? 3-1.
If it's a pitch he likes, he will indeed be hacking. trying to extend the lead. One of the fastest runners in the league, leads the league in stolen bases, leading off second base, Dinsky. Fastball crushed to left field.
Down the
That's
line.
a base hit. Dinsky rounds third base, scores easily, and will into second base with a stand-up double.
He got the pitch he liked. Drove it down the left field line, rolled to the fence, picked up at the warning track. An easy stand-up double for Will.
And the Disciples are rolling right now.
They've got the momentum, and they've got the energy. They're feeling it. And unfortunately, Stuttgart is feeling it on the other end.
And the runs are adding up here. It's 8-4. Disciples came into this inning down
4-2.
Down 4-3.
4-3, yeah,
Yeah.
down 4-3. And this has got to be demoralizing for Stuttgart. I mean, these are their playoff hopes.
They're throwing their best pitchers at us, what they got. Thorpe leading off second. David Wallace trying to keep the chain moving.
That's right. Back to Football Reference here.
That's a baseball talk term as well.
Moving the chains.
Yeah, you're thinking about getting. Yeah, you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe that originated from moving the first
down markers, yeah.
But it's just getting it to the next guy. Keep it moving. Get the next guy at the plate. Take your walk. Get a hit. Just keep it going. The Disciples have batted around. Rick, this is
a great inning. The great inning for the Disciples, and just a totally demoralizing one for Stuttgart. Seeing their playoffs hopes quickly vanishing.
A few innings to go yet, but 8-4 ball game.
Yep, vanishing but not gone. There's always hope.
And a very sharp hit by, and that ball
that
gets
gets by
over
the third baseman.
over the right fielder's head, off his glove. But there was a big line drive by David Wallace, and Will Thorpe scores, and it's 9-4.
That's an uncharacteristic misplay by the normally good defensive team Stuttgart. The right fielder took a few steps in, misread that ball, and it went over his head.
And the wind is blowing. You can see the
Yeah,
nets are blowing, the trees are blowing.
And it's throwing straight away to right field. So I think he judged that ball based on what it normally would have done, but the wind just carried it over his glove. So unfortunate misplay by the Stuttgart right fielder. And that brings in another run.
9-4. The leadoff hitter from this inning, who got called out at first base on that bunt attempt, Joe Rosenthal at the plate. Hitting again.
Gets another chance in the inning.
You don't want to make the first and last out of an inning.
No, that's not a good thing.
So I don't think that's in his head at all. He's just a solid competitive player. Came down from the Cologne Cardinals for this season with us, and he's been a great addition, great athlete. Bell's fouled back. You know when you bat around that it's a good inning.
Yeah, definitely. Nothing like that.
And I don't know what the official score on that was, but that was potentially the third double in a row.
So that
3, 4,
on the
5 hits in the inning.
scoreboard is showing 4 errors, so I think they did score that an error on the right fielder.
The scoreboard's not always connected with the official score.
Okay, all right.
Even though they're so
we
close
don't know
to each other. And that pitch is called.
All right, check swing,
out.
called a strike. Okay.
So he does strike out to the end of the inning. But what an inning by the Disciples. 6 runs in the bottom of the 7th to take a 9-4 lead. That, if you want to stay here for a minute, Rick, that was just, the Disciples exploding on the Reds.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
Reds are kind of rallying in the dugout. They're
All right,
they're saying now's our time.
Their heads aren't hanging. They said we can still do this, and they can.
They got to do it. But you know who's coming in? The closer in the bottom to face him in the top of the 8th inning. Luke Steinlein's coming into the game already. Now the Disciples lead the league in saves, and it's this guy, Luke Steinlein. I believe he has 5 saves. So he's first in the Bundesliga South.
He does have 5 saves. He's pitching to a 2.93 ERA. So I guess we'll stick around through the inning. We won't take a break, but we can talk about that Or if you are going on a bathroom break now, then we'll come back and talk when the inning starts. So we'll be back.
Well, this is Tim Williford. I'll come back on the air, and Luke Steinlein coming in the mound, getting his warm-up pitches in. With this 5-run lead, the Disciples going right to the closer, which may have been the plan from the beginning. Games means a lot, and we want to get the work in for the different pitchers as well, leading up to the playoffs next week in Paderborn. I'll take this moment to give a shout out to, I bet by now he's out of bed. I bet my dad's watching this in Jericho, Vermont. So hello, Mr. Alan Williford. I love you too. And Mom, if you're there. Hope you're watching. And friends all over the world, I'm not watching the chat on YouTube like Tim Collins usually does, but I know we have people in a lot of different countries. We got players from a lot of different countries, from Venezuela, from Tortola in the British Virgin Islands, players with dual nationalities, France, and national players from those teams, and certainly United States and Canada, multiple players from each of those countries. People watching all over Germany for sure, people in Stuttgart, hoping their team can rally here, 5 runs down. So Uhl stepping to the plate.
Just not here.
Give another hello to Franz and friends up in Dachau, Tanderland. Grüß euch. So Luke Steinlein, another true Bavarian from the Furt area, if I say that right, up near Nuremberg. Long-time Disciples, been on the longest tenured Disciples first-team player. National team pitcher. Very athletic, leading the South in saves. And the high fastball blows him away. First out of the inning. And the tide turned quickly. Stuttgart had the lead, and the Disciples' runs started adding up. Xavi Gonzalez steps to the plate, hasn't gotten out today, he's walked and singled twice. Pitch on the inside corner for a strike after Steinlein blew away the leadoff hitter with a strike 3. Swing and a miss on a high strike. Ground ball right at the shortstop, Riestra, easy play, 6-3, 2 outs.
All right, looking for a 2-out save. It wouldn't actually be a save in this instance, would it? 9-4?
No, it's definitely not a save situation when you come in with a 5-run lead. But
no.
Reason enough to bring in the closer. It looks like there's a pinch hitter here. Stuttgart getting different players in.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have numbers on our stat sheet.
Kratky pinch hitting for Beck.
Betting pops it up to the right fielder, a fly ball to the right field. Easy play, 3 up, 3 down.
Ryder Rosenthal. That is what Haar wanted, a shutdown inning. After the top of the 8th, 9-4, Haar. We'll be back, brought to you by Wildbräu Brauerei. Welcome back to Munich, Germany on a cloudy at the time here. Sunday afternoon, unusual that Bundesliga game on Sunday, but it's a makeup game from I believe the first weekend in April. There was snow, and this game
snow and baseball do not usually go together.
So this game was not able to be played and was put till the end of the season. And it's the last day of the year for the entire German Bundesliga, professional league, first league. And Cisco Riestra is leading off with a 5-run lead. Pimentel back out here for a second inning of work, trying to keep the Disciples here. But tough task for them, already down 5 runs. Ball down and low on the outside corner for a strike. 1-1. Ooh, up and in. Had to get his pretty face out of the way of that one. You don't want to see anything there. One of our first team players, pitchers, was playing in the second Bundesliga game and did get hit in the face. Had 16 stitches.
Ouch.
And 2 chipped teeth. One of our relief pitchers, Adriano Penskoffer. He's recovered and threw a scoreless inning last weekend. Riester fouled that one off.
Good for him.
Yeah, it's
you never want to see anybody get hit.
I've been hit in the face in practice, and I've hit someone in the head pitching off their helmet, thankfully. Always dangerous. That was not intentional when I did that, but Riestro fouls one down the line. That was actually in the high school state championship game back in the day.
Back in the day. That's back in horse and buggy times, wasn't it?
Black and white.
Yep.
I came in relief in the Vermont State Championship game, Division I, with the bases loaded, nobody out in the 4th inning, and struck out the side. And then I believe the next inning I hit a guy in the head. I was young and wild.
Now you're old and wild.
Sometimes. Riestra pops that one down the line. Foul ball. Right fielder dives for it and cannot make the catch.
Good effort. Just couldn't quite get to it.
Yeah, Stuttgart definitely making good efforts. But yeah, the scoreboard says Stuttgart has 4 errors, and that is not going to win you many ball games, Rick.
That is correct. No, not at all. Especially, that's got to be disappointing, especially since there's been such a good defensive team the whole season.
Yeah, I had my notes, and I said that towards the start of the game.
So it's all your fault.
I guess I jinxed them.
You must have.
Disappointing for Stuttgart fans, but Riestra puts that in center field, right at the center fielder. Well hit ball, but reined in.
Let's not say the R word here, Tim. Rain. I guess it's with an R and an I and a G, so. Nate Thomas, who delivered a triple. And I believe the go-ahead runs last inning, correct?
Yeah, because Cisco scored to tie it up, and then Nate scored to take the lead. Pretty exciting inning for the Disciples.
Nice breaking ball in the strike zone. Strike one against Nate.
Pitch down and in. Ball one. Nate 1 for 4, but with a big-time triple. Absolutely crushed that ball last inning. Over the center fielder's head, ended up with a triple.
There's a breaking ball down for a ball. 2-1.
Yeah, Nate's still hitting around 400, so very dangerous hitter. Well respected around the Bundesliga for a long time. Been playing in Haar since at least 2017, or was it 2016? It's honestly hard for me to remember.
Yeah, it's. I mean, when Alzheimer's starts kicking in, Tim, it's. But you're still a kid. You're still a pup.
Something like that. That ball squirts away from the
Well,
catcher to the
at least
fence.
compared to me.
We're both Gen X.
That's right. The best generation.
Not the greatest generation, no.
No, that's World War II, but we're the best generation.
That'll get some arguing by a lot of people listening probably as well.
At least we have the best music.
Ball low and outside. Nate takes a walk, puts him on with one out in the bottom of the 8th. Oh yeah, you talking about 80s music?
80s, 90s.
Yeah, I like early 90s too. Simon Lechner comes to the plate with a 2 for 4 day, with a couple big RBIs. Nate could be running here, 5-run lead, but you never know what can happen in a baseball game, so definitely not out of bounds for him to take off. It does not. That pitch almost hit Simon in the ankles.
He got out of the way. It ain't over till it's over.
Stuttgart.
As I said, we could go into some classic Yogi Berra-isms.
Stuttgart battling for their lives.
Their playoff lives, at least.
To try to make the playoffs, yeah, for their season. It's on the line here. Can they come back in this game and keep their playoffs hope alive? Mainz is watching with interest. Actually, the whole Bundesliga, North and South, is watching with interest because that affects the playoffs starting next week. So the 4th seed in the South is going to play the Bonn Capitals.
Okay, that was going to be my next question. So what does this game or these games have as far as seedings go?
So in the North, Bonn is 21-1. That ball squirts away from the catcher, and Nate
takes second.
I think he was running on that pitch.
Yeah, so they'll count that as a stolen base, I believe.
Yep. So yeah, Bonn went 21-1 this year.
That's strong.
And Paderborn's 15-5. Hamburg is 11-11, and Doran is 9-15. So those are the top 4 seeds in the North. Ball in the outside corner, called a strike. A ball, just the ball called the pitch. Not trying to show up the umpire, just broadcasting here. And a line drive, base hit into right field from Simon Lechner, and Nate Thomas. No chance to throw him out. The ball goes in towards second base. Scores easily. Simon Lechner is 3 for 5 with 3 RBIs, 3 RBI base hits. Having a great game.
Yeah, that's a good day. They're just putting it all together now.
And Nate scores, so it's
10-4.
Yeah, someone's standing right in front of the scoreboard.
It's 10-4.
9
Tim.
plus 1 would be 10. So.
That's right.
Jawohl.
You're showing off your stellar math skills there, Tim. A true product of the American education system.
Shut up, Beavis. I wasn't talking to you, butthead. Talking about early 90s references right there.
Yeah, that's right. We got the
And a crushed ball by Drew Thomas into the right center gap, and the right fielder catches that one. Good running catch.
good running catch, good jump on that ball.
Very solid hit by Drew Thomas, who's
Yeah, we've got a fight with the peanut gallery here since we've got some fans and broadcasters who are chirping away behind us.
It's a fun day at the ballpark. It's been a long time since we've had this many fans, to be honest. The last 3 seasons have been COVID stupid. So I'll leave it there and just say we have not been able to have fans at so many games, which has meant lost revenue for a lot of teams in Germany and in the U.S., of course. Daniel Patrice pops that one up right at the right fielder. Hit the ball when he hits it, carries a long ways, but Stuttgart hauls that in as well for the 3rd out. Haar gets another run.
Another run, so makes it 10-4, and this is the last chance for Stuttgart.
And you wonder if Luke Steinlein's going to come out for the 9th to close it down, or do they send out another pitcher? But that's up to Coach Alex Tufts. And it looks like Herr Steinlein coming back out. So we'll be back in a minute. Brought to you by
Wilbräu Brauerei.
That's the brewery Wild Brew Brewery. That's really tough to say. All right, we'll be back. And we're back in Haar for the top of the 9th inning.
All right, last chance for the Stuttgart team who hope to keep their playoff hopes alive. They need this game in order to have a chance to be in the playoffs.
Let's just say they would need a miracle here to have 6 runs to tie this game in the top of the 9th.
Especially against Mr. Steinlein.
Against the Disciples closer and national team stalwart is the English word.
That's a good word.
Auf Deutsch, keine Ahnung. How do you say
Held.
stalwart? Yeah.
Maybe.
Pitch in the low outside corner, swung through, strike 1. I don't know if you have any Roystons watching this from around the world in
Possibly,
Chicago or elsewhere.
I did put this on my Facebook feed. Who knows who's listening?
I was saying, yeah, there's players, certainly multiple players from U.S., multiple players from Canada. So I'm sure they have families watching all over. And I know there's friends of mine watching in Boston. And hello to the crew out there in Las Vegas. And, yeah, probably California.
Steinlein just fired that fastball for a strike, and strike 3. First out of the inning.
Puts him away. Von Bergen strikes out. Now Witt, the catcher, comes to the plate. He's 0 for 2. It's only his that says something about the Disciples pitching actually today. This is only his 4th plate appearance in the 9th inning.
Steinlein fires a fastball in there for a strike. Yeah, the pitching has been quite effective. As was Stuttgart to a point. And then they just broke through in the 7th inning with that huge 6-run inning.
So with Jan Andriot pitching 2 innings in relief and Luke Steinlein on for his 2nd inning in relief, you can imagine they're both going to be unavailable in the 2nd game. But the Disciples will have Zach Treese going and still Meriga, multiple relievers in the bullpen if needed. Steinlein with a slider there. Low and outside. Or outside.
Yeah, looking at the stat sheet, it doesn't look like Nate Sean Thomas has pitched any this year.
He hasn't. There's been a very good relief corps. And line drive base hit through the hole, past second base. So Stuttgart gets a runner on first with a single. Witt. Yeah, it's really the emergence of multiple players, including Titus von Kapp, a huge step forward as a pitcher this year, as established as a starting pitcher now, in line for his. How many wins would Titus have today?
This would be his fourth win.
Fourth of the win of the
against
year.
3 losses. Yeah.
Although, was he still in the game? No, he was not still in the game.
He was not still in the game.
He's not in line for that win.
No,
then.
he's not. No.
That would have been Jan Endre. Yeah.
Jan Endre. Yep.
So
that'll be his 6th win. He'll be 6-1.
If Disciples get out of this without giving up 6 runs, Jan would get his 6th win of the year. Amazing for a reliever in only 28 games schedule. And not a safe situation here for Steinlein, but still getting, you want to get him in the game with the lead and lock it down. Again, this was the game that Stuttgart had to have, and they certainly battled. Defense let them down a little bit. Mendoza had a very sharp breaking ball and a lot of strikeouts, but the Disciples battled through up and down the lineup and got to him.
They did. It just seemed like a matter of time.
And they just exploded. I wonder what his pitch count was. I'm sure that's maybe the viewers saw that if they were following along. But
Yeah, could be.
I'm not always high tech. I'm not following along online as Tim Collins tends to every time.
He is the master.
He's the devil looking over our shoulder right now.
That's right.
Now he's enjoying the ball game as he should.
He's oblivious behind us. He doesn't know that we're talking about him.
He's enjoying the ball. So that ball skied to center field, right center, and David Dinsky, as his right is, called off and called the ball. Called off Rosenthal and hauled it in.
Yes, Tim Collins is the master, and we are only his disciples.
2 outs, top of the 9th. Stuttgart down to their last out. And none other than Marco Cardoso, who hit a 3-run home run
Blast to right field
in the 5th inning. And the former untouchable and Red Sox coming to the plate.
Oh, and a big swing.
Yeah.
Couldn't handle the heat. Couldn't get around on that fastball from Steinlein, which just blazed in there. That looked like it was touching the 90s, maybe low 90s. Just zipped that one in there. Cardoso could not get around on it.
Could be hard to tell without a radar gun. Regensburg has a radar gun. Oh, that pitch bounces off the top of the dugout over in Stuttgart. Coming over there pretty fast.
Cardoso's smiling because he thought he might have killed one of his teammates, but luckily it went off the top of the dugout and not in the dugout.
Hot and heavy over there. But I got to say the old Stuttgart dugout was much more murderous potential. Their new dugout, new stadium is quite a bit farther away than the old one. I got tagged in the old first base dugout over there in Stuttgart. But they have a new stadium. It's exciting future for the Reds ahead of them. It's still being built. The games are being played in the same field, but they have a big tribuna, stands, bleachers between third and first base with a nice kind of multiple level clubhouse, probably restaurant, batting cages, facility being built there. I'm sure it cost over $1 million, but so.
Or euros.
And the Disciples, or the Reds, are down to their last pitch, 0-2. Curveball.
Fouled away. Cardoso staying alive.
There's another game after this, but this was a fantastic ball game. All around, really. Stuttgart battling still. Cardoso, dangerous hitter at the plate. 0-2 count, Luke Steinlein. And fly ball to center field. Dinsky going back.
Oh, basket catch, and that puts it away.
And what a ball game.
It was a great game. What a great game.
Disciples come out victorious 10-4. Luke Steinlein locks it down. The crowd appreciative.
Yep.
Round of
Huge
applause.
crowd here. And you got to feel sorry for Stuttgart as their playoff hopes disappear.
Yes and no.
But they did battle. Yeah, okay, Homer.
I think we tried to announce it fair and square. And it was fun, Rick. So
Yeah, it
I'm
was
not
great to be
sure
here.
that both of us will be sitting here for game 2. Tim Collins is in Indernea. He's just
Yeah,
going
we
to be
shall
back.
see.
So Shamamoy, Dan Segemesho, they say in Germany.
All right, thanks for listening, everybody. It was a great time, and let's see if we'll be back for the second game. Someone will be back for the second game for sure.
The umps usually say the second game starts 30 minutes after the first, but that means a little bit after that. So
okay,
someone will be back on the air soon after that. Thanks, everybody, for listening and watching. This is Tim Williford signing off with Rick Royston for Game 1. And stay tuned for Game 2. See you, everybody. And we're back in Munich, Germany, the suburb of Haar, at Ballpark Egelfing for Game 2, the doubleheader. The Munich-Haar Disciples against the Stuttgart Reds. Haar won the first game 10-4, which officially eliminated the Stuttgart Reds from playoff contention in 2022. It was the 19th win of the season for the Disciples. They're 19-8. Going for, if they can win this game, they would tie the all-time club record over 30 years of history for the most wins in a season. Zach Treese on the mound. You can see him warming up, taking warm-up pitches with a nasty slider. This is Tim Williford. I'm back at it here. Tim Collins is in the vicinity. And Rick Royston joining the broadcast again. The Brew Crew from Game 1. Isn't that the name of a softball team you guys play sometime? The Brew Crew?
Yeah, in Augsburg.
Sorry, the pitcher is
Hassani, okay. We're just getting the lineups from the opposing team here, and their pitcher is Hassani.
Can you read my handwriting?
The free hitter?
Oh, I just skipped spots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is why I'm not calling play-by.
And leading off for the Stuttgart Reds, I believe that's Danilo Weber. Danilo Weber, yeah, thank you. Batting second, he's shortstop Marco Cardoso, playing second base, batting second. Dolmich playing center field, Ward DHing, hitting fourth. There's a nice strike by Zach Treese. Batting fifth, Uhl at third base. Kratzky playing left field, hitting sixth. Number 7 hitter Schaeffler in right field. That ball's blooped into right field, leadoff single. Fierk hitting 8th, catching, and Kohler playing third base, hitting 9th, and their pitcher will be Hassani. For the Disciples in Game 2, Zach Treese on the mound. Will Thorpe back behind the plate. Ryan Boomer Sanders playing first base. Callum Murphy at second base. Francisco Riestra at shortstop. Nate Thomas is at third base. And an outfield of Enzo, Joe, and Niels. We'll get their last names later as we fill in the lineup. So we're on the fly, Rick, because it's a new look lineup for the Disciples.
It's a new look lineup. Zach Treese with the first strike. And now second ball. Counts even at 1-1. So Zach Treese, their main starter, 12 games started this season. 74 innings pitched, pitching to a 3.38 ERA. Drops another ball in, so 2-1 is the count. 69 Ks against 12 walks this season for Zach.
That's almost a 6-to-1 ratio of strikeouts to walks. Fantastic. Looking at the peanut gallery here nearby, we're gonna have a little bit more laughs right now.
A lot of peanuts. The pressure's off. So Haar Disciples going for their record 20th win of the season.
Yep.
Would have been the highest win count in Haar Disciples history. Zach walks the second batter. Cardoso. So runners on first and second with nobody out to start the second game.
A couple things about Zach Treese.
He's got very long hair. I'm jealous.
Great addition, back for his second year in Haar.
I play for the Haar Disciples, but I have no Haar, so yeah, unfortunately.
That's Rick talking.
Yeah. The lack of Haar Disciples is the softball team I play for.
That was a nasty, just frisbee slider popping in there on the inside corner for a strike. Zach is tied for first in the Bundesliga South in games started, second in innings pitched. And interestingly enough, he is first in pickoffs, so that also has a big part to do with Haar leading, our catchers leading the league in caught stealing, but also pickoffs because Zach holds runners so close, and the rest of the Haar pitchers. They work hard on that.
Another nasty breaking ball in there for a strike. Counts 0-2. Yeah, Zach has 3 pickoffs, successful pickoff attempts this season.
And as a team, I believe we're first in pickoffs. Yeah, Zach, as you said, he's 6-3, so he's 4th in wins. So today he's going for his 7th win.
High and inside. Counts 1-2.
I mean, he's pitched a lot of innings. There's 74 innings plus in 12 games. His 13th game, so he'll probably end up with 80 innings if he pitches his regular 5-6 innings today.
The Haar workhorse on the mound.
Yeah, former independent league player. Atlantic League.
Atlantic League, okay.
Yeah, Long Island. He played for Long Island.
I believe the Atlantic League is the kind of the petri dish for the major leagues and testing out new things.
Yeah, as we were talking about last game, the new rule changes. Yeah, they're arguably the best independent league outside of Major League Baseball, but still associated with them with those rule changes testing out. Strikes him out looking. Fastball in the corner.
Looks like Zach's got his game stuff on today. Looking really good out there for the first few at-bats, despite there being... oh, we got an instant replay from the center field camera. Fantastic.
Well, the Magic Man, Tim Collins, is here and installed the center field camera. There's a ground ball to shortstop. Riestra to Murphy to Saunders. 6-4-3. And they're out of the inning. Nice double play.
Very well turned. Close play at first, but he got him. Nice stretch.
Stretch
by Boomer.
Yeah, the Boomer stretch. All right, at the end of half an inning, 0-0, brought to you by Vilbroy Brauerei. We'll be back. If you could hear that, leadoff hitter Nate Thomas playing third base again.
Had a key hit last game, triple to start off the deluge of scoring by Haar Disciple to put the game away.
Yeah, he got all of that one, he said. Talked to him in between games.
That was straightaway, pretty much straightaway center field.
Over the center fielder's head, just to slightly towards right center, but one hop the fence. That is a shot. That's gone in some parks, if not most. And then he walked and stole second and scored as well in the 8th. Pops that one up out of play and down the left field line. And the left fielder gets over there, has the glove on it, and drops it. So that could be ruled an error. if Nate got on base, but
Since it was deep in foul territory, he did not. So Hassani for Stuttgart, pitching to a 3.95 ERA. It's the best ERA on the team. He's only started 3 games, but he does have 41 innings pitched, which is second on the team, or third, sorry. He's got 43 Ks in 41 innings, so he's a good strikeout pitcher. Only walked 17.
pitch down in the dirt, inside. 1-2.
Nice to see such a big crowd here at the ballpark.
Yeah, I think it's the biggest crowd in 3 years. Tim, would you agree with that? Biggest crowd in 3 years?
Maybe, but they've had every weekend it's been about this. This maybe a bit more.
Since pre-corona times.
This has been the best year for.
Yeah, it's definitely good to have people back out at the ballpark after lockdown in parts of 3 different seasons almost. And Nate doinks that into center field, and it drops in. Doink.
Yeah, it's. I think that's the official baseball term for that hit, is a doink. It is according to Tim Williford. So, I mean, as a Chicago Bears fan, football is not the double doink, which cost us the playoffs against Philadelphia, but let's not talk about football right now. Let's stick with baseball.
Football? Are you talking about football or American football?
American football, the one with the non-round ball.
Which is appropriate, actually, because the Munich Cowboys, which is the German top league Bundesliga football team, is here, and they just threw out the first pitch.
Yeah.
Recognized one of the guys that I was in studio with a couple of weeks ago, interviewed on München-Haar.
And their manager/coach is the first and I believe only female coach of a major sports team in Europe.
She threw quite a first pitch strike, right? If you saw that. But yeah, impressive female management. Line drive, throw back to first base, and he got him. Cal Murphy hits it right at the second baseman, and Nate Thomas got doubled off. Didn't get back in time. Tough to read on that one. Kind of
that was a rocket.
Kind of a medium liner, and Nate wasn't sure if it was getting through.
Yeah, just leaning the wrong way, couldn't get back in time. Had a decent lead at first, and that cost him.
So 2 outs all of a sudden. Will Thorpe now at the plate, back behind the plate where he belongs. I believe in his 7th year with the Disciples now. Takes strike 1 on the outside corner. From British Columbia, Canada. Played in Austria and Australia. Say that fast 5 times.
He played in Austria and Australia. He played in Austria and Australia.
Faster.
He played in Austria and
Faster.
Australia.
Austria. Oh, and that ball is skied down the left field line, and all 3 of them, shortstop,
in the middle,
third base, and left field, all going for it. And
well, that was closer than I thought. I mean, that was just barely foul. The wind caught a hold of that one. And
yeah,
I thought that was going to be deep in foul territory, but it just barely hit in foul territory, just inside the line.
Could have been swirling. I mean, look at the trees; they're really blowing right now.
Yeah. So we've got a Canadian facing a Canadian. Hassani is also from Canada. So interesting. Intra-country battle going on the mound and at the plate.
About a week ago, they had Canada Day, so
it's fitting.
we need a third. We need a third mic.
Yeah, we've got Tim Collins in the peanut gallery chirping in our ear, feeding us some essential information to help enhance our broadcast.
Something about Quebec having their own holiday.
The Australia and Austria, they have those T-shirts in Austria that say "No kangaroos in Austria."
No kangaroos in Austria. There's a T-shirt, Tim says. And Will yanks that as he does down the line. He's going to go into 2 for a double. That's automatic with him. That ball rolls almost all the way down the fence in left field and into second with a stand-up double.
Yeah, that unfortunate double play cost him there. That could have been a run.
or 2 if the ball had gone in there from Cal. But Disciples off, seeing the ball well. And a different cleanup hitter for the Disciples this game, Titus van Kapp, starting pitcher from the first game. And he's really taken another step up this year also at the plate.
Yeah, as we mentioned, he's been doing quite well at the plate. He's batting .370 with a .400 OBP. Slugging only .413, but yeah, he's definitely dangerous to get on.
Quite a contact hitter. He hits the ball hard. Can play all over the field if needed, but since he pitched in the first game, he's DH in here. You could say to, in theory, to save his arm. You've got to protect your pitchers when you can, but trying to get his bat in the lineup. He's earned it. Hitting .370, as Rick said. Fouled back.
Crowd getting into it.
Takes a ball down. 2-1. So Disciples in a great position. They're able to rest some of their players who might be nursing injuries or just, you know, want to end the season on a good note, keep them out of the lineup. That ball's hit down the third base line, and he grabbed it. The third baseman grabbed it foul, says the ump, just before it got to the bag.
Okay.
Emphatic about his call, so new life for Titus van Kapp. Although probably would have been an infield hit, no chance to throw him out. Titus has wheels too.
He does. I think he was already at first base by the time the third baseman picked it up.
Yeah, he had no choice except to grab that before it hit the bag, which it might have.
Yeah, yeah.
Doctor No Skills.
2-2 pitch. Fastball outside, poked to the second baseman. Easy play to first, 4-3, and the side is retired. We'll be back in Haar in a bit, sponsored by Wildbräu Brauerei.
I can't believe nobody said anything about our singing in the chat.
We're back, and Tim Collins and Rick Royston are taking credit for Haar exploding for 6 runs in the bottom of the 7th inning after their rendition of the 7th inning stretch. So
it was definitely the motivating factor for the Haar team.
And the crowd. Zach pumps in.
Yeah, I think
Pitch just below the knees, ball 1.
The melodious tones of Tim and Rick singing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" were definitely a motivating factor for the Haar Disciples.
Tim C.
Yeah, just to be clear, that was Tim Collins joining in harmony.
Melodious or odorous?
Malodorous.
Horrendous. No, it depends who is.
Okay.
Ground ball at Riestra. Bobbles it, sticks with it, and throws him out. 6-3.
A little trouble getting a handle on that one, but he recovered and threw out sharply to the first baseman for the out.
Pretty sure-handed. Stabilizes the defense, having a shortstop there. And Nate Thomas with his strong arm at third base. Now Nate can play anywhere. Nate used to play outfield. Cisco was playing third base before. We got multi-talented players that can play multiple positions. Helps the defense a lot. The versatility for a coach as well.
It's nice to know that you can plug people into different spots and they'll still be effective. This is a strike.
You could say that for the entire team. We have nobody in the lineup playing in the same position in this game too, except for the shortstop and Nate, 2 guys. There's a line drive just past first base into right field for a base hit for Kratky.
Was that a word you just said? What was that? Was that English?
Trying to read Tim Collins' writing, and he shuchters it into left field through the hole. Schechter. It has an umlaut in it.
Scheffer.
Scheffer, okay.
Is that B.E. Scheffer or J.O. Scheffer? There are 2 Scheffers on the Stuttgart team. Benedict. Benedict Schäfer. Benedict Schäfer, okay.
Schäfer, okay.
So he just poked one between shortstop and the third baseman for a single, so men on first and second with 1 out.
There's been at least one major leaguer with the last name is Schaefer. Red Sox had a utility player, role player by that name back in the day.
Showing bunt, called strike.
Runners on first and second, 1 out. Been informed we're going to have a special treat later. Leader of our four-stand board of directors, Joe Penskoffer, will come on the air, and as well as the mayor of Haar. So we'll get to hear about the exciting things that are being the hopes and dreams for this ballpark and what's going on in Haar later.
Yeah, that'll be a good treat for our listeners. A little inside information.
As I said earlier,
the Haar Club.
A lot of exciting things going on in Stuttgart with a very impressive new stadium, you could say. Same field, but completely ripped out and very built up into one of the better ballparks, if you will. It'll be nice to have locker rooms right there connected to the dugout, and not many places have that.
Yeah, okay, that was a foul ball, taking the count to 1-2. Another foul.
Foul back again. And this is Fink is at the plate.
Fink with only 4 plate appearances so far this season, and he's got a 0 betting line.
You have to imagine that, like the Disciples in this game, just playing different people.
Yeah, Stuttgart officially has nothing left to play for as far as the rest of the season goes, so they can get some of their less experienced players into the game and get some seasoning.
Yeah, they may never really have seen a lot of first league pitching, like you said, with this batter. But yeah, good to get the young players in, get some at-bats.
Back pick attempt, not attempt, but showing pickoff at second base, but no throw.
A play could have been on, but just to keep the runners close in this situation. Stuttgart sure bunted a lot in the first game, or tried to bunt. In this game, it's less likely.
There's a foul tip back to the backstop. Count is 2-2, 1 out, men on first and second.
Coaches may want to see what this young 8th hitter can do against an experienced pitcher like Zach Treese. He's played professionally in Australia and the United States, and now Germany, potentially somewhere else. Wow, that was another Frisbee slider for the strikeout.
Very nice pitch. Slider away and was chased.
Kohler, is that how you pronounce it? I had a high school
Kohler.
friend named Kohler, okay. Will Thorpe tries to pick him off second base, but he gets back in time.
Yeah, Kohler limited. Was Moritz Kohler. So 13 at bats, 13 plate appearances. He's batting .385, 385 OBP, which means he hasn't walked, and got a .462 slugging percentage.
Swings through that slider. Kind of buckled at the knees, but he was hacking. Treese up 0-2. Another slider, and he swings and misses. Strike 3.
It's showing some nasty breaking stuff here.
Yep, he does have some nasty stuff. Different arm angles, very difficult to hit. So after 1.5, 0-0 ball game. Brought to you by Vilbroy Brauerei. We'll be back. Now batting in the 5-hole in this game, too, Enzo Mushik. Enzo's playing left field. Long-time Bundesliga player. Enzo's been playing in the Bundesliga since he was 14 years old.
Wow.
With Mainz Athletics, and then he played years with Regensburg in the championship years. I'm sure he won some championships up there with that big crew. Takes a ball down.
Enzo batting 138, but with a very healthy 359 on base percentage.
Yeah, he walks a lot.
So he's got 10 walks against only 8 strikeouts. So he sees the ball very well. Two balls, 1 strike, and the pitch. Hit to the third baseman, bobbled, and not in time.
I would say he muffed that.
Let's call it a muff.
So he had a, what did we say, he dinked it in? No, doinked. I said doinked in his center field. We had a doink and a muff.
Yep. So we're expanding the our listeners' vocabulary for baseball terms that we're completely making up. Muff is not a made-up term. That's commonly
definitely
used when a player commits an error. Muff that one or booted it.
That was scored a base hit, so they were
scored a
saying
hit. Okay,
Enzo has wheels and would have beat it out.
Okay,
The official call.
it was sharply hit.
Fastball inside. Oh, called a strike on Ryan Boomer Sanders, an American from New Jersey and California. Played several years in Austria, and now this is his second year with the Haar Disciples. Line drive down the left field line, foul.
He's batting 188, 278 OBP, and slugging 188.
Had a pinch hit and RBI last week.
Only 18 plate appearances so far for him this year. Does have 3 hits.
Yeah, there's rules for those of you that don't know. Only 2 Auslanders, foreigners from outside the EU, can play in a game in the field at any given time together. Ground ball to shortstop, 6-4, and the throw goes wild to first base, and Saunders hustles down to second base. And the throw gets away into left field, but he stays there. So the lead runner, Enzo Mushik, erased. And Saunders reaches on a fielder's choice and then goes to second base on an E4.
Yep, throwing error.
Batting in the 7th spot in the order, Niels Schmidt, playing right field.
Niels batting 140, 218 OBP, and slugging 140. So it's great to see these guys get some experience at the plate.
Takes a pitch inside.
I have a greeting you guys need. Linda and Charles DeSalle. Say hello. That's Curtis DeSalle. He's the manager of the Reds. He wants to say hi to his mom, Linda DeSalle.
Pitch inside. Niels had a big hit last week, RBI and tubing in. Gets a lot of playing time, can play multiple positions in the outfield. Good base runner, has power, and good defensive player. Still young, a lot of talent in there. Pitch up and in. Two-one pitch from Hassani. Fastball inside, grounded. Third baseman takes it, throws him out. 5-3. Runner advances. Boomer Saunders advances to third base with 2 outs. Hitting 8th again, Joe Rosenthal. Did go 0 for 4 in the first game, but thought he had that bunt hit and was called out at first base.
Not a questionable call.
But a valuable part of this lineup, playing center field this game. And he lines that through the hole to right field, and Ryan Boomer Saunders comes in to score. And the Disciples are up 1-0.
So Haar gets on the board early.
And so it continues. Coming up, batting 9th again this game, the shortstop, Francisco Riestra from Venezuela. Our only player from Venezuela this year. I think last year we had 3. And the throw to first, he's back safe. Yes, last year we had Juan Infante Jr. and Miguel Pinheiro. So a couple players moved on from the club, a couple new players come in every year. Juan Infante Jr. is playing in Italy. And the pitch out on the attempted stolen base, and he's safe anyways because Joseph Rosenthal's got wheels.
And he used them.
He He's a burner on the base paths.
All right, a little bit high.
Slider missed. No. 2 outs, runner on second. Let's see what the Disciples can do.
That fouled off to the first base side, and the kids go running. Got to get those free lollipops, get those balls.
Yeah, baseballs are worth €8, so that's what, almost $9 each. It is usually one of the biggest expenses for clubs, because most often these ball fields are surrounded by trees and hills and pricker bushes, for example, and sometimes fans want to keep their souvenirs, which is understandable. So we tempt the kids with treats to return the balls to go back into play if they're not marked up too much.
I mean, we bribe them, basically.
Yeah. Teach your children well.
That's right. Candy's always a good incentivizer.
Umpire coming out to talk to his pitcher because
that's the coach, not the umpire. Actually,
the umpire is getting new baseballs because he lost all of them because they're foul balls. Yeah, and let's see if that is noted. The Stuttgart coach is having a long chat with his pitcher.
I believe Hassani asked for a new ball, and the umpire didn't have any more, so we had to go get a refill from the dugout.
Yeah, well, there's been an awful lot of balls lost today, but there always is. In a doubleheader, go through at least 3 dozen baseballs, sometimes 4 or 5 dozen baseballs in a doubleheader.
That's a lot of balls to go through.
Probably major leagues go through a lot more because they throw any ball that goes in the dirt out of play for the most part. Ground ball up the middle. Pitcher gloves it. Easy play to first. 1-3 to retire the side. So Disciples do jump and get a run. So it's 1-0 Munich here in Munich. Sponsored by Wildbräu Brauerei, and it tastes good. And we're back in the top of the 3rd inning, and we have a treat now. We're joined by leading member of our Vorstand, that's our board of directors here for the Munich-Haar Disciples, Joe Penskoffer. Welcome, Joe.
Thanks for having me.
It's a great day at the ballpark. It's packed.
Yeah, a lot of kids, a lot of families. Everybody's having a good time. Isn't it nice, huh? That's what baseball is all about.
That's some guys on our bench like to yell, baseball. It's a day at the ballpark. It's always fun. As a player, as a coach, as a fan, even the umpires, for the most part, have fun out here, or they wouldn't be here. And you as a key member directing the strategy and future of our club and operating the present. What's your view on this season for the Disciples?
First of all, I mean, I think the team is playing a great season so far, and
Zach Street strikes him out with another slurve frisbee slider, backdoor curveball, says Tim Collins. But that is a great pitch.
yeah. But coming back to your question, great season, great team. This is what I really like, because our team are really playing team baseball, not hero baseball, team baseball. You don't see that in Germany very often, but we do, and me and I would say also the fans enjoying that very much. And in addition to that, we bring up talents. So you see some new faces in the team, getting more and more time, pitching, playing in the field, and I think that's what Haar baseball is all about: grassroots movement and top-level baseball at the same time.
Yeah, from the bottom, you could say, from the youth leagues, they call it toss ball here. From at age 5, I've even seen 4-year-olds start to play. I think at one point we had over 300 members of the club, one of the largest in Germany. Wow, nice pitch low, batter swung through it and foul ball. And the academy program here, it's starting to pay dividends after 4 or 5 years. We're really having players contribute.
Yeah, I think we can say that. As you said, we started basically in 2016, 2017, and the first kids coming out of that program now into the Bundesliga team. So if you look on our bullpen, there are a lot of young arms, all at the age of 20, but I already can see the next generation, young guys, 16, 17 years old, catcher, position players. So the future is bright. And let me add one more thing to that. I think even as important is the school programs we do with our players, that we go into schools and bring people not only to baseball, just bring them to do sports.
Yes, I've been at Grundschules nearby, to gymnasiums quite a few times, and the club does this every year to introduce Germans to baseball, to get the local schools interested. And you know what? Sometimes we find players. They're really good athletes. They're often playing soccer, and they just find a new sport called baseball, and they enjoy it, and they come and play with us.
Just to give you a number on that, per month we have roughly between 300 and 400 kids per month in our school program, just introducing them to baseball and bring them back to just do any kind of sport and move. So I think impressive numbers.
Yeah, it's really growing. That was Marco Cardoso, single to left field. There's a ground ball at Cal Murphy, flips it to Francisco Riestra, flips it over to Boomer for a typical 6-4-3 double play.
Pitcher's best friend.
Yeah, absolutely. Another great inning, 1-2-3 inning for Zach Treese. Shall we stay live here, Joe, and keep talking?
Yeah.
Good chance, but yeah, nice 6-4-3 double play. Zach cruised through that. So I said it earlier to Rick. We have every year, we lose a couple players. Like for instance, we lost a couple players from Venezuela last year that are playing in other places now, and we bring in a couple new key players. That happens every year. But the development of the youth system, which if you're good enough, Enzo played in the first league when he was starting when he was 14 years old. We've had many players when they were 15. Jan Endra was 15. David Wallace was 16.
Titus
is a very...
He started in our club when he was 4.
Okay, well, that's pretty amazing, because now he's our Game 1 pitcher, and he's hitting cleanup as our DH, hitting 370 coming into the game. So that's a fantastic example. But I would also point out, with pride, probably your son, Adriano. This season, he pitched 5 2/3 shutout innings in relief, didn't he, against Heidenheim?
Yeah.
Which is a massively powerful hitting team. So we don't win that game without his performance. So he broke out after pitching a little bit last year, in the last couple of years. But that performance really cemented him in the first Bundesliga as a talent. And it's been great to see that development personally, too, as a former pitcher myself and an assistant coach normally.
Yeah, thank you for saying that. But he has to play every game just from from start, and so let's keep it low. And
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Of
Yeah.
course, as a proud father, I'm saying that.
Yeah.
I like that. But on the other hand,
He's developing along with Daniel Wolf, his pitch this year, DJ.
Daniel Jager.
Daniel
correct?
Jager.
Yeah.
Different players coming up through the system, graduating from the second Bundesliga team into the first Bundesliga team, and that's the way it should be. And Stuttgart's playing a lot of young players in this doubleheader. Every team has that goal to develop the talent from within.
Which brings us to our strategy, because that was your initial question, and this is why you invited
Yeah,
me.
where's the club going next?
Yeah. I mean, basically our strategy is to have a core team, which is also a kind of mirror of our society. So a very diverse team, typical for the Munich area. So we have a lot of guys living here, but from different countries.
Absolutely.
Like Daniel Patrice from France.
Yep.
Or
Cisco from Venezuela.
Cisco from Venezuela, but they all live here, work here.
And batting now, Nate Thomas.
Nate. Don't forget Nate.
From Tortola.
But we also have the clear strategy to bring one or two new young players from the academy program up to the Bundesliga team, just to become stronger, to become a broader base, and of course also have a perspective for the young kids, for their dedication, for their love to the game, and just to see the way up. And this is what we really want to do, and this is what we try to achieve. And based on that, we of course also have to create an infrastructure which allows that type of youth programs, which allows that type of high-level elite sport.
Yes.
And that's what we work currently in parallel on.
Yes, and we're not the only team with an academy, but we may be one of the few that has it's really an after-school type of sports program, which exists in America as part of the schools.
Right.
But here in Germany, it's private through clubs, and kids come out because they want to, and they're doing that year-round.
Right.
And some of our players are the coaches, and so they get this kind of professional coaching from players from all around the world. So Nate Thomas goes down looking on that pitch for the first out of the inning. But yeah, it's interesting because different players come in from around the world and strengthen the club every year. I mean, Cal Murphy here is on the British national team along with Nate Thomas. So, and he's been a valuable addition with his on-base percentage.
Yeah, very, very nice guy, but also very valuable player for us. So he's a perfect fit into the picture.
Yeah, so I have to, no matter what happens in this game or the playoffs, have to congratulate you, for another good season. We have 19 wins right now, going for the club to tie the club record if we win this. Do you know that?
Yeah, 20 would be a very nice number. But I also have to say, even after today, the job's not done.
Absolutely. We go to Paderborn next Friday and play on Saturday and Sunday, game 1
Correct.
and 2 in the Viertelfinale. So that's the German quarterfinals.
Yes.
So the top 8 teams make the playoffs.
And sorry, dear fans outside, don't forget the weekend after, we have the quarterfinal home game. So we need all your support. So please come to the ballpark.
Game 3 automatically is on Saturday the 23rd.
2 o'clock.
Yeah.
2 p.m.
So that'll be right here. Tim Collins will be back on the mic, and hopefully,
as it's a best of 5,
yeah,
we will see what happens on Sunday if needed.
Game 4 and 5 would be on that Sunday, the 24th, as necessary. That's fouled back by Cal Murphy.
And with all respect to Tim and his team and to your work here in the Disciples TV booth, watching via Disciples TV is only the second best option.
Yeah, it's a great feeling in the park to be surrounded by a lot of people. Cal lofts that into center field, and that's going to drop. Another doink or Texas leaguer, but that's a base hit in any book, so a single for Cal Murphy.
And that's what he does all year long.
Contact hitter.
Yeah, contact hitter, producing base hits.
And he's also among the league leaders, the top 5 in walks as well, so he gets on base. Now this song means that Will Thorpe's coming to the plate, hitting third this game, cleanup hitter, hitting third. Longtime player, and he's actually the sport director, so he's been instrumental with the board of directors in putting this roster together. Really, you know, a mix of veterans like Zach Treese, who can teach and help lead this young pitching staff, and then him leading. Whoa! Does that hit him in the head?
Yeah. But he's fine. He's fine.
Wow, that pitch was up and in. I don't know if it got him on the shoulder or the helmet, but it bounced off quickly, and he hustles down to first base.
But clearly unintentional.
I think he is second in the league in hit by pitches. He often leads the league. Right. But that was, I think that
ends
was
the day.
unintentional.
That ends the day of the pitcher, right?
Yeah, they're just trying to back him off the plate, and the pitch got away from the pitcher.
Well, what you said about Will. Will and I also would say Alex Tufts, they together combined did an excellent job in building that group. Not only getting the right players in place, but also building a strong group, forming a real team. From us, watching on this is a real joy.
I think it's been underrated, the job that Alex Tufts has done the last 3 years during, you could say, during Corona time, often with no fans in the stands in the previous 2 years. And getting these 200 fans plus back at the field has been huge for the club, not just for the atmosphere, but the energy that they bring, and it gives a lot of joy to the players. And putting the roster together and having that calming influence on the team, veteran players and coaches can do that.
I'm quite close with the team, and everybody in the team tells me the atmosphere and the feeling in the team was never better than this season, this year, and all credit to Alex and Will, I would say.
So Titus Von Cap hitting cleanup. Strike one, drops in there, a curveball for a strike. Runners on first and second. Inside pitch, Titus fights it off. A diving attempt by the third baseman, but it drops in foul.
Nice hustle, but
so anything you want to talk about the future for this field in a strategic location? I think if we're lucky, we'll have the mayor come on in a few minutes. But
yeah,
if you want to talk about what is potential here for our club, this is Munich is one of the largest cities in Germany, and we're the only first Bundesliga club in this city, and we're right on the outskirts of the city.
First of all, I have to say we are Haar Baseball.
Foul ball.
That's me. Oh, yappa!
That was really almost you.
I should have caught that barehanded.
That might have ended up on your head if you didn't move over on that one.
I would have loved to get one of the cookies if I catched it. So you see, everything's live here. So
your equipment's under the tent, Tim, so don't worry about it. Oh, that ball is tagged but foul.
So Tim, where are my
left field line?
Where are my heart pills now?
It's just a baseball.
So
yeah, that's unusual. But no, I mean, you do get the major league announcers. The balls come back really hard at them.
Well, dear audience, now I understand why Tim is sitting under the roof and I'm outside. Because he's just more experienced in that job than me.
I've been hit enough times that another bruise won't bother me. But anyways, we got Titus at the plate, runners on first and second. Ball's in the dirt, and both runners try to advance the throw to second base. And Thorpe is out at second. But Cal Murphy scoots into third on the wild pitch. But 2-3 is out at 2-4 out at second base for the second out of the inning. So yeah, I was just wondering, do you want to talk about like the future of this?
Well, first of all, yes, Munich is one of the biggest areas, but we are Haar Baseball, and I'm saying that because without the support of the community we are integrated in, which is Haar in the east of Munich, it would just not be possible. We have a very great field, maybe one of the best, can you say pitch or fields?
One of the best baseball fields. The actual the grass field, the infield, it's beautiful here. And a lot of stadiums are becoming better, but we're blessed here in Haar.
Yeah, great quality, and also the park atmosphere here is just great. But nevertheless, of course, we also have to grow from a infrastructure standpoint. And you may have or may have not read an article in the Süddeutsche Zeitung this week.
The major financial newspaper of southern Germany and Bavaria.
Exactly, which is about that infrastructure issues clubs, not only in baseball, have today, how they have a future, how they can invest, how they can
Foul ball.
become self-sustainable. And we have some plans together with the community of Haar that just, if you look beside right field, there is a training field. And we plan at the moment a big infrastructure project. Means there is a big construction project planned.
Strike 3 called in the corner to Titus von Kapp goes down looking.
And we are hardly working on that.
Yep.
Which would mean there would be a -1 floor with all the needed training facilities you need in modern baseball today. So this might become the most finest training facility in Germany. Means big indoor training facility, physiotherapy, sauna, meeting rooms, offices, of course showers, toilets,
locker rooms,
enough even for bigger events.
None of which we have right now dedicated for the baseball teams.
Say second?
None of in this facility,
Yeah.
which is 3 other soccer fields. It's shared facilities, basically for the teams. So it's a challenge, and these are really exciting things to hear for us in Haar. You've been working towards this for a long time.
And let me maybe continue with that.
Yes.
So there's also a plan that we will have in this building then a sports bar, which will serve during weeks all the offices around the field, and in evenings, of course, our members, our people going to practice, but also the citizens of Haar, just to have a nice time in the park with a burger, some fries.
That could be an extra draw for them.
Right.
Game or not.
And then some floors of offices. And on top, there is planned to have a softball field.
An entire
Rooftop.
softball field on top of...
Rooftop.
Okay, this part I have not heard. I read the article in German, but Süddeutsche Zeitung is actually quite advanced German. Well, I knew some of these plans, but that's exciting. I mean, to have this territory in Haar, right next to the S-Bahn station, it's very valuable real estate, and even to live here. There's a ground ball through the hole, base hit.
And just think about, you have some practice on that softball field in the evening, with a view to downtown Munich, because it's all flat here. And after that, a sundowner on the rooftop, served by the sports bar. Huh?
Okay, I'll see you there. Yeah. So, yeah, that's exciting. It's been a long road, and Disciples have been in existence for over 30 years now.
Correct.
I know the original founder is here, at least one of them. There's a ground ball to Nate Thomas, throws him out at first base for the first out. The runner advances to second. Yeah, and I think I saw our team doctor, was he original Disciple as well?
He is one of the leaders in all-time history in pitching and
Dr.
strikes.
Dr.
And
Peter Clinch.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, today is really a kind of family reunion. I see a lot of faces which I haven't seen for a while.
Yeah, it's a great crowd.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah,
Good.
it is a family, as you said. Even for people that have relatives, this is a second family for a lot of people here. And baseball is that. When you're part of a team or a club, whether you're a fan, you're still part of that family. So exciting to hear that potential here. So Zach pumps that in for a strike. He's getting up on a lot of batters, but what a great addition. Zach previously played professional baseball in the United States in the Atlantic League. He can just come in and deal over here. So he's 6-3 going for his 7th win today. But
I mean, what we have to say about Zach is he is very solid all year. You always can rely on him, 100%. And he's just one of the rockets we built the house on.
yeah, great to have him back this year. He's really solidified in a leadership role here. He's also pitching coach. He's previously been heavily involved in the academy, and he works great with young pitchers. I see that every day when I'm in practice. So it's great to have that elder statesman on the staff, and besides Alex Tufts and myself, to have another senior leader that's been there, done that at different levels. And he's been at a very high level in the one of the top independent leagues in the U.S.
But I spoke to him a few times. It was not presented to him. He really had to work to that level.
Yeah.
I know stories like he was not in the first team, but he had to earn it and he didn't have a stipendium?
Scholarship. Maybe.
Scholarship. So he had to work to be on the team, etc. So he really knows the hard way.
Yeah, it's that way for most people. From Will Thorpe, growing from one of the top junior colleges in the country, Lewis and Clark in Idaho, to building a career overseas, which is what a lot of these guys wanted to do. I believe that's where they originally both met, playing professional baseball in Australia.
Right, Adelaide.
So, I haven't been over there, but some of these guys have actually played in there, which is a very, great league. Foul ball back. So Zach dealing with a 1-0 lead here in typical baseball, scattering some hits and walks, and showing the young pitchers, you get what you work for. You work hard, you work on your pitches, and you keep developing them. So you're welcome to stick around as long as you like, or to check out. There's a ground ball up the middle. Cisco dives for it, and it pops into center field. That run's going to score. He hit the ground hard, and the ball popped off right off his glove. So he just missed that. So the Reds are on the board. With a single up the middle here in the 4th inning, 1-1 ball game. But it's been really exciting hearing about what we've done to get to the present where we are, and what could be around the corner in the future. So thank you for your support and for this club, along with Tom Wolf
and many others, and so many others.
Yes, absolutely. It takes an army of volunteers to run any organization at this level. Fastball on the inside corner, called a strike.
This is something really very often forgotten. All we do here is volunteerial work. No one of the club members is paid in any way.
Slider on the inside corner for a strike.
All doing that in their free time, and we cannot thank enough for all the work.
We probably should get a list and say their names on the air, because it is a tremendous list.
Right. Maybe a project for the quarterfinal.
That would be great. Yeah, and to recognize them,
right.
Because I know the Munich Cowboys and other teams operate in the same manner. The more volunteers they have, that's how you can help your club succeed.
Right.
Inside changeup. Well, Joe, thank you very much for joining us. You're welcome back anytime on the air, and we'll see you on the sidelines.
My pleasure. Thank you, Tim.
Great. Thank you. So Zach with the strikeout on the nasty changeup on the inside corner of Kratke. And now Schaefer comes to bat. Runner on first, 2 outs. Thank you for bearing with us through that conversation, but hopefully it was interesting for some of you to hear about the Disciples here in Munich. And this field, which is right behind the field and where I'm sitting, is the runner's going on that pitch. Just past the diving shortstop. That was a hit and run. Most likely throw to third base. And the runner takes second. So a single, and then he takes second on the throw. And the exciting potential future here. So Stuttgart showing signs of life, battling Speaking of volunteers, we were just talking about the Munich-Haar Disciples, but Stuttgart has some volunteers. The Stuttgart Reds have set up 2 cameras here today, and the software system, they've been running the score updates, the pitches, the outs. So we couldn't do this without their help today because Tim Collins was delayed in getting here. There's a pop-up. First base taken by Boomer Sanders with 2 outs. That's the 3rd out of the inning. Limited the damage to 1 run with the P3. Stuttgart gets on the board, so it's 1-1. And we'll be back, sponsored by Wildbräu Brauerei. Foul ball by Enzo Mushik. Strike on the outside corner, dropped in. Oh, 0-2 count. Whoa. Pitch over his head almost. Welcome back, Rick, after the
I'm back, yeah. Hope you had an interesting and
in-depth conversation.
Exactly.
Foul ball.
I'm sure whatever I have to say is not as interesting as what Joe had to say.
Well, as a member of our barbecue softball team, you might be interested to hear that a potential building is planned where you could be playing softball on top of the building.
I like that.
That would be unique, I believe. So that ball's in the dirt. And Enzo wisely lays off. That could be cool. You hit a home run and it goes off the building. Heads up down
big
below.
Distance. Yeah, cool.
Normally, Tim Collins is hitting home runs into the cornfields in Germany in softball. Maybe you've hit some too. More than your share. And giving up more than your share as well.
Well, as a slow pitch softball pitcher, yes, you give up quite a few home runs.
Enzo with a line drive base hit into left field for a single.
I've hit a number of one-handed home runs, actually.
Interesting.
That is true.
Yeah, I had surgery on my my left wrist, and once I could play again, I could play the field, but I couldn't swing the bat two-handed, so I had to bat one-handed. And the very first pitch that I had, playing against the Caribes in near the Olympic Stadium, my very first pitch, I hit a home run, which was one of the proudest of my illustrious softball career, proudest moments.
Oh, that pitch might have hit Boomer in the head, but I think that was self-protection. He fouled it off the bunt attempt, and it went foul. He would have worn that one in the face somewhere.
Yep, that was a dangerous pitch.
Yeah, it's a
Boomer almost got boomed.
It is a one-run ball game, so the Disciples and Coach Alex Tuff's playing it for another
It's a tie
run
game,
here.
actually. It's 1-1.
Yeah, 1-1. Yep. And the runner's going. Boomer fouls that off and back. Did you see last inning? Maybe I shouldn't laugh. That foul ball almost landed on the head of our board of directors guest.
Yeah, well, it's so nice that you could get in on the action. Yeah, we do have a pavilion covering half of the broadcast booth, or
the better half.
Better half, of course. I'm sitting outside the protection of the roof.
Pickoff attempt, and Enzo's back in safe. Yes, I've been to well over 100 Major League Baseball games in America, and I have had my hands on 2 foul balls. They were both in the same at bat from the same player.
Same spot.
in the same game. Boomer Sanders goes down with a strikeout for the first out of the inning. It was Jeff Fry from the Red Sox at Fenway Park. And I had my oven mitts on, and I muffed both of those foul balls. Of course, I was diving over like 3 or 4 other people trying to get my hands on them.
You're probably elbowing kids out of the way, knowing you, Tim.
Kids and the elderly, watch out. I was young and dumb and fun. Anyways.
I've caught 1 foul ball. I caught a foul ball from Ron Say at Wrigley Field.
That is a great story. Do you still have that ball?
I still have that ball sitting at home on my desk.
That's great. Yeah, which is why some
the
of the
Penguin, Ron Say, the Penguin, longtime Dodger and Cub.
I've never been to Wrigley, so I guess it's bucket list for any true baseball fan.
That's right, and I've never been to Fenway, so we'll have to do a ballpark exchange one of these days.
Pitch outside in the dirt to Neil Schmidt.
Yeah, one of my proudest moments was being thrown out of Wrigley Field, actually. The Cubs were playing the Mets, and it was after Dwight Gooden came back from his drug rehab. And I was in the bleachers with a friend of mine, and we had a boombox. And in the pregame warm-ups, we started playing "Cocaine" by Eric Clapton, and we had the whole stadium singing along with us. And the ushers came and confiscated our boombox and kicked us out of the field. And we got free Cokes at the Cubby Bear Lounge afterwards because it was caught on TV on WGN.
Very interesting. Just to reiterate in English, they were playing the song "Cocaine."
Yes.
And then they got free Cokes, Coca-Colas to
That's
drink.
correct. Yes. No misunderstanding. We were in high school.
High fastball, ball 4 to Neil Schmidt.
Yeah, the Dwight Gooden and the Mets were not appreciative of us playing Cocaine right after Dwight Gooden came back from his cocaine rehab stint. So
yeah, the 80s were a lot of problems. Steve Howe was suspended 8 times for cocaine, I believe.
Astros,
and the Yankees, he bounced around a little bit, but amazing. So yeah, now the 8-hitter Joe Rosenthal's up with runners on first and second. Tie game. Haar's looking to get on the board, trying to get this game and tie the club record for wins with 20 in a season. The last game of the year. Drops in a curveball. Hassani's
got some nice breaking stuff.
Yep. A lot of the pitchers today with good breaking balls. It's a trademark. It's very difficult to survive as a pitcher without a curveball or a slider. Very few pitchers can just have a fastball or a fastball changeup combination. And even fewer knuckleball pitchers.
Are there any knuckleball pitchers in the Bundesliga?
Absolutely not. There's no.
No. Okay.
No. So
Definitive answer to that question?
There might be some ethos pitchers that just get up there and pitch is hit up. The shortstop gets it, steps on second, and throws to first. 6-4-3 double play to get out of the inning. So that is a 1-1 ball game after the bottom of the fourth. Sponsored by
Wildbräu Brauerei.
Prost.
Welcome back to Haar Disciples Field for the top of the fifth inning. So I'll be temporarily taking over play-by-play duties while Tim Williford attend to some business with Joe, our chairman. Tied up at 1-1. Pitch comes in, fouled off. Out of play. 0-1 count. So the Stuttgart manager would like to give a shout out to his mother. Swing and a miss, strike two. Linda DeSalle, listening from Venezuela, and Charles. So hope you're enjoying the broadcast if you're listening. Tapper back to the pitcher and over his head. Second baseman fields, but no chance at a play. Infield single. Welcome back, Tim.
Servus. That means a lot of things. That means how you doing, hello, goodbye, and many other things.
Multifunctional word.
In Bavarian,
Good Bavarian.
and in Austria as well.
That's correct. Livers popped up. Sean Thomas calls it and gathers it in for the first out of the inning.
So that was Cardoso with the P5. I think I'm missing a play on my scorecard, which happens.
It happens, especially if you're partaking of the Bavarian Golden Liquid during the game broadcast.
I can neither confirm nor deny what Wildbräu Brauerei.
I can confirm that it's very tasty beer.
Absolutely. This is Tomek at the plate. 0 for 2 in this game. One-to-one ball game. Guess you could say Stuttgart is playing out the string is one way to say it.
Indeed. But as we discussed in the break, very good chance, since there's really nothing on the line anymore, but a real good chance to get some of the younger players in the game, get some experience against some frontline pitching.
On both sides, and that's what the teams are doing.
Exactly.
Change up, swing and a miss. Zach enjoys that pitch. I was talking with our four-stand, Joe Penskoffer, about Zach's leadership. He's really come in. This is his second year here. He's been a steadying presence, a reliable guy that we know is going to go out there and give his all every pitch. Oh, he just hits him on that one. Okay, I'll stop talking now.
Well, he gave it all into the hip of the batter.
Yeah, pitches get away from you. Nothing wrong with that.
Nope.
I've hit plenty of batters in my day as a pitcher. First and second.
Yeah, as a slow pitch softball pitcher, it's not much danger when I hit somebody. Not many mound charging incidents in slow pitch softball.
But you got to watch out, unless you have body armor on at the mound. Dustin Ward steps to the plate.
Yeah, it can be dangerous. I always wear a mask, safety first, when I'm pitching. So the back pick to second base, pickoff attempt, not successful, but the play was on. Yeah, I was playing at a tournament in the Czech Republic, and I caught a comebacker directly to my sternum, and I went down like a sack of potatoes. Probably going about 100 miles an hour.
That must have left a mark.
It did, and I actually really got lucky because I went to the hospital, and the doctor said that if it had been an inch lower, it could have stopped my heart. So I got lucky on that one. It hit me right on the sternum, which is a good place to get hit if you're going to get hit.
Wow. And Ward with a line drive to right field. They're trying to score. Niels Schmidt comes up gunning, but throw up the line a little bit. So Stuttgart takes the lead on an RBI single from Dustin Ward.
Yeah, that's always the danger in softball and slow pitch softball, because the mound is much closer to the plate, obviously, and although it's called softball, the ball is not soft. It's very hard, and it can really come back with a lot of velocity, and it's very dangerous as a pitcher.
Yeah, I've never been hit in the head or the torso or the legs or arms with when I was pitching. Only once in a place that probably shouldn't be talked about on air.
Well, unless we want to start the off-color commentary.
But yeah, the first and last time I didn't wear a cup in a baseball game was when I was 15 on that pitch. Anyway, so Stuttgart hits a
blooper to left field. Yeah, flare, a little flare.
And the throw gets tossed into the infield, but the run scores. No chance to throw him out, so Tomek scores. They take a 3-1 lead. Yeah, they're just kind of hit him where they ain't, said
exactly.
Yogi.
Yep, he did.
Yogi Berra, Yankees legend.
He had a number of what were called Yogi-isms. He's known for his malapropisms. So when you come to a fork in the road, take it. One of his more famous ones.
Isn't he the all-time leader in World Series championships?
I believe he is.
As a player, I believe Yogi Berra. Fastball up, little zip on that, but the ball.
Yeah, another famous one from Yogi Berra when talking about a restaurant in New York. It became very popular.
Foul ball.
And he said, when asked if he was going to go to dinner there, he said, no, nobody goes there anymore. It's too full.
He was ahead of his time in some ways.
He
Just
was.
Classic.
Yeah, I think he would be the king of the TikTokers.
Or if he was tweeting out at 3 in the morning, like the ex-president, saying. But Yogi was saying a lot more brilliant things sometimes. There's a drop-off slider to strike him out. So Zach trying to limit the damage. Runners on first and second. 2 runs are already in.
Yeah, Stuttgart now with a 3-1 lead. Hoping to add to the tally with 2 outs. Then on first and second.
Drops in a curveball. A wicked curveball. As opposed
Is this your Boston coming? No, wicked curveball.
Nah, that would be wicked awesome.
Wicked awesome.
Yeah. Wicked good. Wicked good, man. There's not too much difference between Boston and New York accent, says the guy. I'm not actually from Boston, but weren't you born in Massachusetts, Tim Collins?
Born in Boston.
Yes, I thought I heard that one time.
3 months later, moved to New York territory.
But you classify yourself as a New Yorker.
Yeah.
You got to choose one or the other. Can't have both. Trees come set. That breaking ball is wicked today.
Wicked good.
Fouled off.
As Charles Dickens would say.
So I'm sure the listeners at home are enjoying Tim's consumption of the sunflower seeds on the air. I can hear it in my headphones. I can hear it. So I imagine that the listeners can hear it as well.
That was the
but it's baseball tradition.
The
Sunflower
crinkling of the
seeds.
bags. It's addictive. Hey, it's better than chewing tobacco, right? People don't want to hear spitting.
Ooh.
Another floating curveball, but that was up and in. Another curveball.
Just nasty breaking stuff.
Another strikeout. Struck out the side. Didn't he? No.
No, he did not strike out the side. They scored 2 runs.
Yeah, the pop from the pop fly to Nate. So, anyways, another strikeout. Zach is dealing today, but gave up 2 runs. 3-1 Stuttgart. We'll be back. Ball 1 to Francisco Riestra de Venezuela.
There's a strike. Evens it up at 1-1.
I'm going to guess that Francisco has played more innings this year than any other Haar disciple. I don't think he's taken a game off. He's been the Iron Man at third base and shortstop.
Well, as far as plate appearances go, it's a tie between Will Thorpe and Joe Rosenthal at 117, and Riestra is right behind at 112.
That's true. I don't think Joe Rosenthal is out of game either. But, yeah, and Will bats normally higher in the order. Well, Joe has hit first or second on occasion this year. Foul ball. Riestra's played, I believe, he has an Italian passport. I believe he's played in Sardinia professionally and Italy.
Well, Sardinia being part of Italy.
That would explain that. You've been there.
I have been to Sardinia multiple times. Beautiful island, fantastic food. Haven't seen a baseball game there.
Baseball is big in Italy. They have pretty large stadiums in Bologna. We did spring training down there a few times. I went once. A great place. Yeah, they're big baseball. Another foul ball. This guy's a tough out at the plate. Some of the Munich Cowboys are still here, tanking up.
Is that carbo loading?
That's the football team here in Munich. There's another foul ball. We should get them some batting practice and see what
What they can do. I mean, good athlete's a good athlete, but baseball's a different animal.
Cisco can't hold up on the check swing on the inside corner curveball. Goes down swinging. Actually, it doesn't matter if he was swinging and looking. It's a strikeout.
Nächster Schachmann, top of the order, mit der Nummer 10, unser Third Baseman, Munich-Haar. Let's go.
Nate Thomas. Pitch fouled straight back.
Scared the hell out of a dog.
That poor little dog. Jumped back a foot or so. The dog was not hurt, ladies and gentlemen, for the record, but the foul ball hit the fence right in front of the dog, who was behind the fence with the fans. And the dog jumped, and it's happy still jumping around. So bring your dog to the park. We used to have that sort of day to get free admittance.
Nate takes the ball.
Hard
One
fastball.
ball, 2 strikes.
Hassani's dealing. He's got a 3-1 lead right now in the bottom of the 5th.
Hey!
Nate swings through that one.
Struck him out.
Nope.
No, okay. I was looking at the
Strike two.
scoreboard, which was incorrect. That's strike 2 to Nate.
Breaking ball on a little bit outside.
Evens the count.
Base hit up the middle. The pitcher waved his hand at it. Good thing it didn't hit it. That was his pitching hand. Line drive. Nate Thomas, 2 for 3 today in game 2. He's been hitting the ball well. He's on a quest to finish the year hitting 400. I don't know what he's exactly at now.
Well, he started the day at 425, so I think he's a pretty good chance of keeping that 400 average.
He went 1 for 4 in the first game, and he's 2 for 3 in the second. So that's 3 for 7. So yeah, I'm sure he's still over 400. It'd be a nice mark to get. Not easy to do in any league.
Nope. And his 510 on base percentage is just incredible.
Yeah, we have a.
For those who don't know what on base percentage is, it's the percentage of times that a player gets on base. So it means that more than half the time, Nate gets on base when he comes up to bat.
Through a hit or a walk, hit by pitch. Throw it first, keeping an eye on him because he is fast over there as well.
Yeah, 5 stolen bases and only 40 at-bats.
And there he goes. And he's in there. I would call that an easy stolen base.
It's his second one today.
If he stood up, that might have hit him in the head. The throw was a little bit up, but he was head first slide on that one. Callum Murphy at the plate, trying to bring him in. 1 out in the bottom of the 5th. Strike on the inside corner.
I can see my broadcast partner Tim jonesing for some sunflower seeds over there. He's playing with the bag. He really wants to dig in again.
Cheeseburger, cheeseburger, cheeseburger.
Where's John Belushi when
No Coke, Pepsi.
I had one already. They're good.
The burgers here are very good.
Ooh, that
Oh.
pitch almost hits Murphy in the head, but he gets his noggin out of the way. That's at least the 3rd pitch that's kind of been up and in.
The one did hit Will Thorpe in the head.
Yeah, Hassani has a little bit of a wild streak in him, as many pitchers do. That's down the middle, and good wood on it by Murphy. And that pitch falls in, 1 hops the fence. Nate Thomas scores easily, and stand-up double for Callum Murphy. RBI double. 3-2, Haar is behind Stuttgart now. He got a hold of that one.
He sure did. That was a 1-hopper high on the fence. That looked like it hit the warning track.
Yeah.
It bounced so high, it must have.
Did it hit the Wilbroys?
It may have hit the Brauerei Wilbroy sign.
Hit the bear that looks like the Cubs logo?
It does indeed. Will Thorpe with his Apocalypse walk-on song.
Catcher calls time. The head coach wants to go to the mound and talk this over. Very dangerous. Thorpe at the plate. Will has a double and hit by pitch in game 2 already. And they're bringing in a new pitcher. That's all she wrote for Hassani. Taking him out with 1 out in the 5th. So he goes 4 1/3 innings pitched. And out of the bullpen, Dustin Ward, who's been DHing this game. Ward normally a starter for Stuttgart. Pretty nasty lefty. Very talented pitcher.
Yeah, he's got 76 Ks against 36 walks. Pitching to a 5.05 ERA. But as you said, he's normally their second frontline starter with 6 starts, including 1 complete game.
He has nasty stuff, that's for sure. Been struggling a little bit of late. I believe last week he might have had 8 walks. But a lefty that throws in the mid-80s plus is tough to hit in any league, in Germany at least. Actually, there's a lot of lefties that bounce around the major leagues for a long time, throwing in the 80s still, later in their careers.
Mm-hmm. A
Whoa.
loogie.
Although now they have to stay in a game for 3 batters in the new rule for Major League Baseball.
That's correct. So the loogie acronym doesn't apply anymore.
Yeah, they still try to line them up, and coaches now more than ever split up their left-handed hitters, alternate them in the majors, so they don't give the opportunity for the other team to bring in. A lefty pitcher usually has the advantage against left-handed hitters. Although growing up in Vermont, I did not face more than one. There just weren't that many left-handers. I was across the lake from Tim Collins, but never faced him.
You know why my nickname was Lefty in high school?
Because you were the only lefty.
I was like the only one in the entire league.
Tim Lefty Collins.
That's as creative as they had to get.
Sitting here enjoying the game near us.
Oh, let's call him Lefty. That's weird.
Yeah,
So-
why do you think that is? I mean, of course, left-handed people are a smaller percentage of the population.
A
But
little
usually
more
they're-
zany.
Because one of the parents is an evil person.
Yeah, they probably had to get that devil out of you if you're left-handed. Sinister.
Down and
Latin,
outside.
Latin for left.
Ball 1 to Will Thorpe.
Traditionally, left-handed people are children of the devil, or perceived as such.
That looked like it was the catcher got up for a pitch out.
Yeah,
He
that
thought the
was-
runner was stealing, and the pitch was inside, and he had to dive all the way back to keep that from going to the backstop.
Cross signals there.
Athletic play.
Yeah, it's probably that left-handedness coming out, lack of communication.
I don't think that's anything against Dustin Ward. That's nice. That'll curve or change up.
In for a strike. Yeah, it's interesting culturally how left-handedness is seen to be an evil thing. It goes back, way back.
Way back. That was John Wasden, was known as Way Back Wasden for the Red Sox pitcher. He gave up so many home runs.
It's going back, way back, way back.
Jerry Trupiano used to be an announcer. There you go, way back. Yeah.
Oh, another hit.
And Will Thorpe hit by pitch again. I believe he leads the league. Again. That's his second at bat in a row, hit by pitch, which is not unusual. Last year he got hit 5 times in a doubleheader at Stuttgart.
He has 8, make that 10 hit by pitches so far.
Did he have one in the first game?
I don't believe so, but this is the second one now.
No, you're right. Just two this game. So
Yeah, so that gives him 10 on the season.
that helps his on-base percentage, that's for sure.
Certainly does. It keeps that over 400 easily.
So runners on first and second with 1 out, and cleanup hitter Titus von Kapp pops it foul.
With those way cool, wicked purple and yellow bats from the Disciples. Showing off those home colors.
He has a quick bat, very quick hands. A violent hit. It's violent through the zone when he makes contact. Line drive hitter. Let's see what he does here. Nubber off the end of the bat. Foul ball.
A nubber. Okay.
We've had a doink, we've had a muff, and we've had a nubber.
And we've had a loogie.
It sounds like the Three Stooges. Doink and muff and nubber.
Yeah, I think that's our new names, by the way.
Sorry for laughing in your ears, folks.
We need a dinger.
We need a dinger. Yeah, we need a dinger to go with the
A
muff and the
dinger
nubber.
here would be great.
And
a
the doink.
3-run Johnson to return the favor to Marco Cardoso from the first game. And not a sharp hit ground ball. 6-4-3 attempt, but Titus beats it out. But Will Thorpe out at second on the 6-4 force. And Titus safe at first base on a fielder's choice. Callum Murphy moves up to third base. So first and third with 2 outs. And Enzo Mushik comes to the plate.
Trying to tie things up.
Ball in the dirt, ball 1. Enzo's 2 for 2. Enzo, one of the senior leaders, part of the soul of this ball club the last few seasons. Pitch up, 2-0. It's great to have guys on the team that have been there, done that before with other clubs, because Haar really hasn't been past the semifinals. Only once in club history have they been there. Enzo rips that down the line. Foul ball. So, like,
yeah, it's good to have that mix of youth and experience.
That's what Joe Penskoffer and I were talking about in part, that young guys coming up that haven't been there before. And older guys that have done it before and are hungry to get back and do it again, or do it at this level in the first Bundesliga. Crowd urging on the Disciples. Pitch on the outside corner. It's like a changeup.
I don't think they're afraid of anybody. They've already beaten the 2 best teams. Regensburg and Eidmar. They beat them both.
Yeah, this has turned into a tune-up game for the playoffs for the Disciples.
Oh, Enzo uncharacteristically swings and misses at a pitch in the dirt for strike 3. Strikes out. So, Dustin Ward escapes further trouble. And Stuttgart hangs on to the 3-2 lead after that. This night Thomas scored on a double by Kel Murphy. So, sponsored by
Wilbräu Brauerei.
It's time for another one.
All right, welcome back. Haar Disciples Ballpark, where Stuttgart Reds are trying to hang on to a 3-2 lead over the Haar Disciples.
Und jetzt für die Stuttgart Reds der Catcher Frido Fink am Schlag.
Die Zeit in der Bundesliga ist dermaßen
first pitch is high for a ball. Pitcher set, working fast. Swing and a miss, strike one. Evens the count at 1-1. That pitch just misses outside, a little bit low. Brings the count to 2-1. That's fouled back to the screen. Evens the count at 2-2. That one down and away. Full count, 3-2.
So you know who this is, Rick, pitching?
Nope.
Konsta Kurikka. I don't know how to pronounce it, his last name. Kurikka.
Kurikka.
Yes.
That blooper just over second base, drops in there for a single.
Base hit up the middle.
Kurikka.
Joined the club mid-season. Talented pitcher from Finland. He's on the Finnish national team.
He's a Pesapalo player. Or was formerly a Pesapalo player.
I believe he leaves tomorrow along with a player on our second team, second league, Toivo Aaltonen. They're both on the Finnish national team, and they fly tomorrow to Lithuania to play in Dankeschön. So this is a tune-up for Konsta as well for that tournament. I think that's a play-in tournament for the World, the EC Championships, European Meisterschaft. They're in one of the pool tournaments. Dankeschön.
That one just outside.
Konsta has a good arm. He had a shutout inning last week against Tübingen.
Yeah, pitching to a 2.45 ERA, which is stellar.
Nice pickup mid-season for us. That
Drops in there for a called third strike.
It's tough when you bring in a reliever with a nasty slider like that. And he goes down looking, the 9-hitter Kohler. Yeah, so we have national players from Finland, and then, of course, Germany, France, Daniel Patrice from France.
Nate Thomas from Great Britain.
Along with Cal Murphy on the British national team. We've had other players on the British national team in the past, but we don't need to talk too much. I mean, that list would go on and on and on. We've also had players from Romanian national team. The list could go on, but yeah, it's going to be very interesting because Germany, France, and Great Britain all playing in the same pool in the World Championship. The WBC Classic is in Regensburg, and the group includes those three teams, September 16th to 21st. So that'll be fun to have at least, hopefully again, those players back on at least three teams. Low and inside.
Low and inside, 3 balls, 1 strike. That one called, ball 4.
Lost him on the inside. Kind of a pitch with a lot of movement on it. That's got to be a cutter.
Yeah, it looked like a cutter.
Cutter is a cut fastball. For those of you who wouldn't know that terminology, that kind of acts almost like a slider. It had movement down and away from a right-handed batter, and so down and into a kind of inside so it cuts away from a right-handed batter.
And that's the signature pitch from Mariano Rivera, probably the greatest reliever. And ooh, that one sharply hit down the right field first base line for a single. Run scores. And that'll be a double.
That pitch, that sharply hit ground ball almost took off the head of the Disciples first baseman, Boomer Saunders, and ends up, RBI double.
Yeah, as I said, the cut fastball, that was the only pitch that Mariano Rivera threw. And to great effectiveness, to put it mildly. Probably the greatest reliever ever.
All-time saves leader.
All-time saves leader, and what's his postseason ERA is like under 1, isn't it? Something like that.
It's amazing because all the times he got beat, he's still the greatest of all time, obviously. The Red Sox probably got him more than any other team, but and you had to go through him, because he was always there, and the Yankees were always in the playoffs. So
yeah, and he had one pitch, and they knew what he was going to throw, and they couldn't do anything about it.
he actually had more than one pitch, and he stopped throwing the other pitches, and then he became a good pitcher.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, if you do one thing well, do it right, do it all the time, and you'll be effective.
Was he from Panama?
I believe he was, yes.
Yeah. Not too many players from Panama. I think the Orioles now have a player that was just traded from the picked up from the Red Sox, Jonathan Aruz from Panama. But in the major leagues, about 40% of players are from international countries. That is a strikeout, up and in. The batter couldn't hold up. Kudik trying to limit this to 1 run. Runners on second and third.
Stuttgart trying to pad their lead. 4-2, runners on second and third with 2 outs.
Dustin Ward, dangerous hitter. So Zach Treese came out after 5 innings. Pitch up and out. Oh no, he called that a strike. Okay.
Yeah. This had a variable strike zone today.
Drops in a curveball. He changes speeds on his pitches, which makes a big difference. Zach can do that as well, and coming at you at a different arm angle with the same pitch as well. So it can really multiply your pitches, and the batter won't have as much idea as what's coming.
Yeah, there's a difference between pitching and throwing. I mean, a lot of the people coming up today, they just throw, and they're hitting triple digits, but they, I mean, you can live without a, if you look at Clayton Kershaw, for example, I mean, he does not throw 94, 95 anymore, so he probably tops around 90 miles an hour average for his fastball, but he still gets it done. If you can locate your pitches, change speeds, change arm angles, keep the players guessing, know where their weaknesses are and pitch to them, you can be extremely effective for a long time.
Yeah, all-time leader for the Los Angeles Dodgers in the illustrious club history in strikeouts.
Yep. Speaking
of strikeouts, Dustin Ward goes down swinging. So Karika strikes out the side, gives up a run. Stuttgart's up 4-2 after the top of the 6th. Let's see what the Disciples can do next. Sponsored by
Wilbräu Brauerei.
Jawohl. Hello, you're number 1.
I'm
Tim's number 1.
Oh.
Tim Collins.
Tim number 1. Tim and Tim.
And I'm Tim number 2, Tim Williford.
Okay, yeah. So hey, nice to see y'all. Boomer Saunders at the plate with a 1-1 count. This is very strange to only be commenting the game and not actually. I don't have the scorebook in front of me. I don't have the.
You do, actually.
Laptop. We got Yara to my right, who is actually running the broadcast. And for that, I'm extremely thankful. There's a foul ball off to the right.
We would not have got it done without him.
Yeah, you guys are helping us. Yara and Idris Dropny from Stuttgart made the trip down, and I'm so thankful. Thank you very much.
So hello to all their fans up there, and Stuttgart's going for a split here. They're up 4-2. It's been a battle. Playing a lot of different young players on both teams in this game. Beautiful day here in Munich. Boomer gets the chain pulled on him. Strike 3 looking. And up comes Neil Schmidt.
I got to say, so I mean, I got here in about the 5th inning or so of the first game. I think that's not mine. Whose is this? It's not mine. Anyway, Neil Schmidt takes a strike.
We're talking about our scorecards.
Yes, that's what we're talking. We're totally talking about.
Yeah,
you can see in the center field camera exactly what.
Oh, that's right. You set up the camera. You betrayed us.
I did. You've been on camera this whole time. I apologize.
I'm curious how the fans like the first game versus the second game with the camera views. How much does that center field camera add value? I haven't been doing the camera at all. It's been.
Yeah, Yara's been doing everything. I mean,
helping out.
I think. I mean, I watched as much as I could before I came to the ballpark, and I mean, I thought it was great. Thought it looked great, and you guys did a great job commenting the game. And to be clear, I was not expecting to comment this inning right here, as the count is 2-2 on Neil Schmidt.
Oh, you're just enjoying a day.
I'm enjoying getting to actually just watch a baseball game without having to worry about keeping score.
Yeah, Niels goes down swinging, but yeah, it's a day of relaxation and celebration in some ways. The 3rd spot in the playoff is secured. It's been a great season for Haar, which can only go forward against Paderborn in the playoffs.
Yeah, and actually, what I was going to say a minute ago, it's really heartbreaking for Stuttgart, to be quite honest, because they were so clearly on a playoff path for the entire year.
They might have been in 2nd place for a while.
Yeah, and when you think back a couple weeks ago when Mainz came here to Haar, Mainz and Haar split, but I believe Mainz won the tiebreaker between the Disciples and the Athletics. They won it by the run differential, I think by 1 run or so. It was very, very close. And Mainz at that time was like well out of it. And because of the games that they played against Haar, and then since then, the standings have just, I mean, it's come down to the last weekend, basically.
Well, Mainz ended up 17-11. They went on a tear.
Yeah.
In large part to a big guy named Gallagher and a guy named Joyce that were hitting bombs here against us.
They hit some bombs here. There's absolutely nothing fluky about what those guys did. Yeah, Max Bolt, I think, hit his 100th career Bundesliga home run the other day.
Wow, that's impressive. So I wouldn't want to be Bond facing Mainz lineup.
No, Mainz is not an easy team. I mean, you know, the Bundesliga South, there have been no easy teams. And Stuttgart, this is the repeat of what should have been the opening day of the season. So this game would have been played in the snow back in whenever that was, when the season opened in April.
It was a little cold this morning, but not quite snowy.
Yeah, although the snow's probably on its way. I mean, summer is already over here in Germany, and we're getting into fall. As you know, late July, I mean, you got to break out the windbreaker.
Whoa, straight back.
But it's really just want to give congratulations, even though I know it's probably falls a bit short. The Stuttgart fans, the Stuttgart Reds really had a great season. This is a very good team.
Yeah, and up and coming.
Yeah, I mean, Stuttgart is always a tough Gegner in the Bundesliga, as Ward strikes out Rosenthal.
Strikes out the side.
Yeah, Ward, I mean, he's been a big part of this team for Stuttgart the last couple of years. He's been a tough pitcher for the Disciples to deal with.
Absolutely. Gave us fits the last few years. Tough to beat. Stuttgart battles. Looks like Alex Tuff's coming back to make some changes. Tough to tell the hand signals from here.
I'm gonna turn this back over to Rick. I'm gonna turn this over to the two professionals.
Let's turn it over to Wildbräu Brauerei. See you later. And we're back in Haar. That was the one and only Tim Collins making a cameo on his day to enjoy here at the park.
Word up.
That is
Sharply hit foul ball down the third base line.
now pitching Adriano Penskoffer. Young Penskoffer, number 4. He pitched a scoreless inning against Tübingen last week. Coming back from a beating, he got hit in the face with a pitch in a second Bundesliga game and took 16 stitches with 2 chipped teeth. And he's 3-4 weeks later, he's back out here pitching. He wanted to stay in that game in the second Bundesliga. Took, I think, just 1 weekend off, and he's back out last weekend. And here we go.
That's hardcore.
Pitch on the outside corner, a strike. He just gets out there and deals. No fear. I mentioned earlier that he pitched 5 2/3 innings in relief here at home against Heidenheim. Shutout, I believe. We would not have won that game without him, and that was a critical point in the season. So this added depth from the younger guys coming up through the system, you can say, from the academy, coming to the Disciples, into the first Bundesliga and becoming impact pitchers. So,
well, he certainly impacted the first at bat. He struck him out. That's sharply hit to right center. It's in there for a single.
the lineup card is full of Ks. I guess Zach had 8. Zach had 8 Ks in 5 innings. Zach Treese.
He was dealing for sure. Stuttgart trying to add to their 4-2 lead here in the top of the 7th. And I'm sure that all of our listeners are just anticipating the next version of Take Me Out to the Ball Game. And I think this one is going to be by Tim Williford, not Tim Collins.
I don't know. Beavis.
We'll see. Maybe we can do an online poll. Who wants to hear Tim Williford sing?
We're not looking at the online poll, so don't bother responding.
We'll have to go to our statistician crew, who now consists of Tim Collins, who should be monitoring these things.
I think he's monitoring the bottom of the Wildbräu Brauerei bottle. Rightfully so, well deserved. Enjoying the last regular season home game here in Haar. He'll be back broadcasting in 2 weeks for the game 3 on Saturday, the 23rd, against Paderborn. The Disciples against Paderborn Untouchables. Fans still into it here. Pitch in the inside corner. Adriano's not going to walk many guys. Kind of a bulldog on the mound.
A very
Walks him there. I spoke too soon. I didn't knock on wood. I'm not very superstitious. Well, baseball players are always superstitious.
That's right. So what are some of your superstitions that you've had in your playing days? I mean, Wade Boggs eat a bucket of chicken before a game kind of things or anything like that?
Traditions of what you do and habits that you develop, really. And I'm not talking about addictions. It's just habits.
Tapping the plate 3 times before you hit, that kind of thing?
Sort of, yeah. When I was pitching, I absolutely had the habit. Different habits, but the dugout, here the Disciples and every other team has traditions of what they do and what the team wants to do in certain situations and keep things the way they are when they're going well, right? And,
That's right.
And that guy's got to do the same thing, or go sit in the same spot, or say the same thing, or
don't mess with the winning formula.
Germans, they like to do this. Deuces are wild, 2-2 count with 2 outs, and they are trying to shoot an arrow and jinx the pitcher. Or I don't quite get it all. The Germans. It's manchmal ist anders. There's a pop fly into right field, fighting the sun out there. As Neil Schmidt doesn't see it, came in on it, goes over his head. So that's going to be a double, scoring a run. Oh, no, he's thrown out at home plate on the relay. Boomer Sanders, Will Thorpe tags him out, and the player and the coach are out there arguing.
It looked like he tagged him on the back of the head, but I think half his body was. And the manager of the Reds has just been thrown out of the game.
I thought he was in. I thought he was in there, and then the relay was so quick, and it's almost like the player didn't expect it.
Yeah. And he's been thrown out.
Okay.
Umpire has tossed him.
Well, this is the end of a frustrating end of the season, as Tim Collins was just talking about. It was really a good season by the Stuttgart Reds. I believe they were in 2nd place and have fallen down to 5th place right now. So a tough, bitter end right now. He was thrown out up in Stuttgart as well, by the way, against us a game. So you got how you argue is and what magic words you might say can get you tossed at any time. So
Well, I have to say, I have to agree with the consternation by the Reds, because to me it looked like his whole body was across the plate before Will Thorpe tagged him to the back of the head. So I thought it was a good slide. It was a fantastic relay and a quick play, but I thought he was well in there for the run. But anyway, that's what are you going to do? The umpire called it like he saw it.
I didn't see it, so I can't say anything. It's hard with the shadows to actually see home plate from here.
Yeah.
But the umpire's right on top of it, so you got to believe his call.
He has the best angle and the best view.
The Stuttgart coach is still at first base. I don't think he's been thrown out, Rick.
Well, I don't know what the throwing out signal from the umpire gave. Maybe he was overturned by the first base umpire. I don't know, but it sure looked like he tossed somebody.
If that's the head coach, first base, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. Anyways, that misplay gave Stuttgart another run. But yeah, the sun here in right field, as you may know from playing on some of these fields,
yep.
when the sun gets at this time of the day, it can be brutal. And I have not seen Neil Schmidt make that mistake before, but I've had a really hard time out there before myself. And at first base, for the catchers throwing you the ball.
Yep.
the setting sun going down. It's going to be that way for the next couple hours. Hopefully we won't be here that long. But if I'm not mistaken, Stuttgart just took a 5-2 lead. That's fouled back. That's actually
pop up to the pitcher.
That's in fair ball. And they're fighting over, and Adriano takes it himself. If
That's the third out.
either way, that's the third out. So I believe Stuttgart's up 5-2.
No, I think
They just scored. Oh, that run.
The run was not scored because it was thrown
I had
out.
marked it as a score because I thought he was in there.
I thought he was in there as well.
All right. So
Still 4-2.
X that out and call that a P1, not the club in Munich. But we'll be back.
No, we won't. Here you go, Tim. It's your time to shine.
Oh,
Let's go.
my goodness.
Yep, you have to sing now.
Peer pressure. Oh, no.
Here
Here
we
we
go.
go, folks.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I never get back, for it's root for the disciples. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game.
All right. I'm
All
done.
right, that was brilliant, Tim. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Love it.
We'll leave it on, but I'm going off the air.
All right, we'll be back for the bottom of the 7th inning here in Haar. Thanks for listening, everyone. All right, and we're back. So according to the scoreboard, there's 0 balls and 8 strikes. I don't think that's correct. But, yeah, that was a foul. I think that's strike 2.
Also wir haben definitiv die schnellsten Ballhawks in ganz Deutschland. Respekt an unsere Ballhawks. Danke, Jungs und Mädels. Super gemacht.
All right, there's a pitch breaking ball outside for ball 1. Pitcher's set. That's popped up to shallow center field. It's going to be fielded by the second baseman, and it's caught for the first out of the inning. That brings Nate Sean Thomas up to the plate, who's having a fantastic day. Nate moving to the right-handed side of the plate. Nate a switch hitter, so now facing a lefty, so he's batting from the right side. And pops that one back foul, out of play, coming towards the booth. And that one's in danger of hitting some crowds. Yeah, and caught by one of the kids in the stands, so he's a happy camper. He's gonna go collect his lollipop. Big smile on his face, running with the ball. He's got his glove. Finally got to use it. Great play. He's proudly showing off the ball to his parents. Looks like he's not gonna keep that one. Not gonna turn that one in. Special moment for the young fan. There's a swing and a miss. Strike 2.
Auf geht's, Disciples. Mächtig in die Ecke klatscht für Nate. Wir machen Mann.
That one low and away in the dirt. Brings the count to 1-2. That one low in the dirt. Evens the count, 2-2. Nate looking to get something done as a right-hander today. That one's outside. Full count. Nate Sean done a lot of damage from the left side of the plate, and let's see what he can do here on the right side. That one outside, and Nate walks. Adding to that impressive on-base percentage. That brings Cullen Murphy up to the plate. One out. Nate on first base. There's a ball low and outside for ball one. Crowd staying in it. All right, getting a nice massage from Tim Collins.
You want help or are you good?
No, I'm good for now. Yeah. There's a lazy pickoff attempt back to first base. Nate taking a big lead off first. Always a danger to run. That one's high and inside. For ball two, 2-0. Nate going off, steal attempt, and he is safe. Another stolen base for Nate. That's 3 on the day. Yep. Nate now in scoring position. Haar hoping to cut that lead. Currently down 4-2. That one in the dirt. Blocked by the catcher. Nate stays at second. Brings the count to 3-1. Pitcher asks for time, needs to adjust his shoes. Looks like one of his shoes came untied, so he's fixing that. All right, he's back and getting set. There's the pitch. In there for a strike. Brings the count full. 3-2, 1 out. Nate with the stolen base, standing on second, hoping to score in scoring position.
Nate's running wild today.
That's his third stolen base. There's the pitch. That's a high fly ball to center, short center field coming in. Center fielder calls it. Nate goes back to second. That's 2 outs. Brings up Will Thorpe. All right, I'll return the play-by-play responsibilities over to Tim Williford, my broadcast buddy.
We disappear sometimes.
Nature calls on occasion.
William Thorpe at the plate. Looking to tie this ball game up. With one swing of the bat, potentially.
It could be done. Nice time for his first home run of the year. He definitely has the power. He can hit it out.
He's been on base 3 times, a double, and he's been hit twice.
That one in the dirt. Nicely blocked by the catcher.
Season coming to a close. It'd be nice for the Disciples fans to end this with a win. Stuttgart's hoping to end their season on a positive note. Ball down in the dirt from Ward. There's a number off the end of the bat, spun back to the pitcher on the line. He tags out Will Thorpe.
Another number. Would that make it a double number game? We've
Double
got a
number.
we've got a double number muffer.
Fluffer nutter. So that's a 1 unassisted and the 3rd out of the inning. So at the end of 7 innings, 4-2 Stuttgart Reds. Brought to you by Wildbräu Brauerei. We'll be back. We're back. Adriano Penskoffer on for another inning of relief.
It's 9 innings. What is it? Okay. I was telling her it was 7 innings. Okay, so keep going.
It's 2 balls and a strike, no strikes. High and outside.
Ball outside. Definitely an unusual inning last inning with the runner thrown out at home plate. It looked like he'd already scored, and I marked it on my scorecard. So
Yeah, well,
I'm all messed up here.
discombobulated
It happens to the best of us.
by the double number.
Adriano drops in the deuce. Dropping a deuce.
Oh, please, let's not go there.
No, that's a curveball.
Yeah,
See,
I know.
we have a lot of off-color humor sometimes. That's also tradition. See, he walks him. He lost him. Dropping in the deuce, I guess.
There
could
you
say
go.
in
That's,
baseball.
I think that's more
Sorry,
grammatically
folks.
proper.
Anybody that understands that slangology. Runner was going, but fouled off by Cardoso. windy day.
Definitely is.
It was a win in the first game. The Disciples up and in. Cardoso has been a pest today. And not only that 3-run home run in the first game, he's walked, singled, and doubled in the second game.
Dangerous hitter for sure.
Pops that one foul.
Lazy pickoff attempt to first base. Just holding the runner.
Keep an eye on him.
Okay, Will threatening a back pick to first, but no throw. Full count.
There's a base hit up the middle.
Going for third.
Gets
Gonna
in
be a
there,
no.
standing up. Throw to second. He's in there for, well,
Call it a single and a.
yeah. Does he take second on the throw, or do they give him a double? That's up to the official score. The batter threw to third, and it was cut off, so it's unlikely a double in my book. But
Yeah, it was actually the center fielder who threw to third, not the batter.
yeah, solid base hit for Cardoso. Continues to be a pest. 3 for 3, 3 for 4 with a walk. Second and third, nobody out. Penscoffer in a little bit of difficulty here. And Alex Tufts coming to the mound, making a pitching change. And Sean Cowan coming to the mound. Adriano Penscoffer leaves him with a walk and a single, 2 runners on base. So Sean Cowan comes in with runners on second and third. Single or double, whatever you call that.
Yeah, we're not sure until we see the official scoring.
So Sean, diminutive in stature, but with a mighty mid-80s fastball for a lefty coming in. He's come back from injury a few weeks ago, and he's got nasty stuff.
Yeah, statures and everything. And look at Pedro Martinez. He was, what, barely 5'10"?
His fingers are freakishly long, though, Pedro, that is. Sean Cowan has 6 innings. He's given up 7 hits, but 9 walks. So he's, still settling and getting his control. Pitched 2 innings last weekend at Tübingen. Very solid. And a key member of this bullpen. So really has settled into his relief role here. Let's see what he can do here with nobody out and runners on second and third.
Yep.
Tough situation to come into.
That's for sure.
He will be making his return to Paderborn next week along with several others. I think he said he was 17 years in Paderborn. Long-time member of, I think he said the 12 and under, 15 and under, 18 and under, and 23 and under, and even the national team. So a lot of experience, been playing a long time. Won't be rattled in here. He just has a very live arm. Let's see how his control is right now, because he has some great stuff, as hopefully you will see here. Ball 1 inside. So yeah, Sean will be making his return to Paderborn. Titus von Kupf was in the academy in Paderborn. He left Haar. He was here at age 12 when I met him 9 years ago. And Titus went to Paderborn and came back and joined our first Bundesliga team. And of course, I played in Paderborn and a long, long time ago.
Many moons have passed.
But it was first Bundesliga, and they went to the semifinals. That's a pop fly to right field. It's sailing. That is carrying, and Niels is up against the wall and makes that catch.
On the warning track.
And the run scores on a sac fly, and other runner advances to third.
Yeah, that ball is just carrying to right field. That wind is, it looked like a routine pop fly, but I mean, he caught that at the warning track with his foot against the fence. So that one flew.
Didn't take that for granted after the one from last game.
Exactly.
Where it looked like a pop fly and it went out of the park. That may or may not be on the highlight reel if there is one. But Stuttgart takes a 5-2 lead. Now Dustin Ward's up.
A little bit inside, maybe high for ball one. We'll drop that curveball in there for a strike.
Yeah, that's a
big sweeping curve.
Yeah, tough against the lefty when he's got two pitches working, but especially his plus fastball and plus curveball. You see that right there.
Another one right there.
That's a good one against the lefty.
Especially as a lefty. I mean, you see the batter kind of backing away and flinching, thinking it's coming inside. It just drops right into the strike zone.
Yeah, it's more about location with young Cohen.
And there's a fastball in there for a strike.
Speaking of location, right on the low and outside corner, Ward takes it, goes down looking. Second out of the inning. Stuttgart with a 5-2 lead and a runner on third base. Disciples definitely want to keep that runner from scoring and see if they can get three.
You're going to have 2 innings to do it.
Puts a fastball by him.
Swing and a miss.
Oh. Cohen comes set, 0-2 pitch. Low and outside corner, calls it a ball, just off the plate. I can't believe it's this chilly, Rick. And
I know, it's so cold.
A sweatshirt on, it's hot in the sun. It's one of those days.
Yep. Oh, that was way outside. Got away from him there.
I actually love this kind of weather. Ooh, Thorpe tries the back pick. He loves doing that.
Yeah, it reminds me of Wilson Contreras on the Cubs. He does it more often than any other catcher.
Elected to the All-Star game for the 3rd time.
Yep, indeed.
Upcoming free agent, pending free agent.
That's right.
Ooh, ball down and in. Do you think they're going to trade him?
I hope not. He's one of the last vestiges of that 2016 championship team. I mean, they lost Bryant, Rizzo, Javi Baez. Sad day. But, yeah, if you're going to rebuild the roster, he's a good piece to have.
Into short right field, and Callum Murphy goes out and catches that. So they strand a runner. P4. Get a run. It's 5-2 Stuttgart. We'll be back for the bottom of the 8th. Servus Leute, the faithful followers of the Munich-Haar Disciples and the Stuttgart Reds, coming into the bottom of the 8th inning here in Haar, the doubleheader. That pitch is high by Dustin Ward. Titus von Kopf. Down and low on the outside corner. Calls it a strike. 0-2. No.
1-1. 1-1.
All right. We'll
First ball was high.
We'll call it 1-1. Foul ball.
Looks like may have been cross signals. The catcher set up way on the outside corner, and that one was down and inside.
I think the other one he had to dive for.
Yeah.
You know, in some ways, it's hard for both sides to stay in it in this last game.
They should just call it after 7.
Full concentration after 7-8 hours is not an easy thing to do in baseball. But that's what the Bundesliga does. It's 2 9-inning doubleheaders. Ooh, called strike 3 on Kopf. Doesn't like that one, and neither do some of the fans. Goes down looking to start off the 8th. Enzo Mushik. Enzo's 2 for 3 today. Trying to get something going. Down 3 runs. Hits it into left field again, and
little flare.
Gets in there. He's 3 for 4. This looks like Drew Thomas, pinch hitting for Boomer Saunders. Spreading out the at-bats here. Getting some guys from the first game back in there.
I texted my wife that it's the 8th inning, and she said, "Oh, only 3 hours to go." My wife, not a big baseball fan, as you might tell from that.
You have to be patient and enjoy the game. Pitch a little bit low. Drew Thomas had a strong first game with a booming double that one-hopped the fence in the first inning. 1 for 4, but with a walk and 2 run with a run scored. I believe he's hitting above 300, which is a feat in any league.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Puts you automatically in the league leaders, really, maybe top 25 or so in the Bundesliga South.
There's a big swing and a miss.
He's added a lot of versatility. Talented player and hitter, defender, runner.
There's a right field.
Good
He drove
contact.
that one.
And great catch by the center fielder on the run.
Boy, he tracked that one down. That was over his shoulder, running away. Great catch.
Gave that one a ride.
That's just great defense.
Call that a L8 line out to the center fielder. Now pinch hitting for Neil Schmidt, David Dinsky.
Yeah, I wanted to introduce my wife to the pleasures of baseball. She's German. Back home in Chicago, went to Wrigley Field. Beautiful day, sun shining, sailboats on the Lake Michigan. She was having a good time explaining the game to her. 17 innings later, she was not so happy anymore.
That is extraordinary long game for your first game. Wow, for any game.
I thought it was fantastic. Sammy Sosa hit 2 home runs to tie it up in the 9th and the 13th inning. Randy Johnson was pitching for the Diamondbacks. Started off pitching, didn't end up pitching. He wasn't pitching 17 innings.
You got some good memories there, Rick.
Unfortunately, my wife didn't think so.
How many hours was the game?
It was a good 6 hours, I think. Almost. It
Like
was
a doubleheader, 2 games in 1.
Yeah, exactly.
2 for the price of 1 anyways.
Exactly. I was happy.
You might have spent double on the concessions.
Exciting game, yeah.
2-1 count on pinch hitter David Dinsky. 1 for 4 in the first game with 2 RBIs. Some good catches out in center field. Word comes set. And he pops that one back.
That's coming here. That's coming here.
Oh, who's got it on the bounce? Oh!
Hey! That was fouled back straight towards the broadcast booth. Hit two bleacher rows down below us. Another kid with a happy souvenir. Looks like she's keeping that ball.
Pitch inside.
That's a walk.
Ball 4. Dinsky takes his base.
All right, it's tie and run at the plate.
And Mushik on second base. Joe Rosenthal comes to the plate. He's 1 for 3 today. Yeah, not today. He's 1 for 3 in the second game. Stuttgart head coach visiting the mound. So evidently he was not tossed out earlier.
He was not tossed out earlier, but correct me if I'm wrong, and the viewers at home can't see this, but I'm going to show you, Tim. When the umpire does this, usually means he's tossed out.
Strange situation.
And then when he does that and starts writing on his pad, it's usually a good sign that someone's been tossed out of the game.
Was another player tossed out instead of the coach?
I don't think so.
So Rosenthal comes up, 1 out, bottom of the 8th. Disciples looking to do damage. Pitch down and in, ball 1.
Just missed.
Ooh, that ball struck well to left field, but right at the left fielder.
Apparently the scoreboard was incorrect again, so there were 2 outs, not 1 out.
Yeah, I had that on my scorecard. So, anyways, that is the end of the 8th inning. Disciples still down 5-2 to the Stuttgart Reds, heading into the 9th. Brought to you by Vilbroy Brauerei.
Welcome back.
Top of the 9th. Sean Cowan back on the mound.
Fires the first pitch in there for a strike. Fastball. Really pops when it hits the mitt. Fouls that away. 0-2 count.
Now it feels like a lazy Sunday afternoon. Not a lot of energy in the park. The fans are pretty relaxed. Had some snacks, a few drinks.
A few.
That's what baseball's about, enjoying yourself, relaxing. Don't have to be in on every pitch unless you're a hardcore fan or playing on the field.
That's right.
Or coaching or Tim Collins.
Little foul tap to stay alive. Still 0-2.
Curveball outside. Windy. Wind's blowing to right field hard. You can see the dust.
Yep, that one's high. Evens the count at 2-2. Swing and a miss.
Sweeping breaking ball, strike 3. The Stuttgart lineup card is loaded with Ks today.
Certainly is.
I believe 14 Ks for Stuttgart this game.
Wow.
For the Haar pitchers. 8 for Zach Treese, 3 for Konsta Gudicka.
That one fouled back out of play.
1 for Adriano Penskoffer and 2 for Sean Cohen. That could be funny math, but
Math is always funny.
close to the truth.
Not fun, but funny.
Ground ball, second base. Callum Murphy, easy play. 4-3. 2 outs. Kind of like a day at the beer garden, huh, Rick?
It is.
Sitting around with friends,
Enjoying the game.
talking shop, or quatching. Talking about nothing.
It's like a Seinfeld episode at the ballpark. Show about nothing.
Sean paints the corner.
That was a very broad brush to paint that corner.
Late in the game, the shadows are upon home plate. The shadows are upon us. Sean Cowan strikes him out. I think that's 15 Ks for Stuttgart. They're holding on to a 5-2 lead. Haar's coming up in the bottom of the 9th. Let's see what happens.
We'll be back.
Done a good job shutting down the Disciples.
Indeed. Let's see what they can do with this last chance.
Last at bats for the Disciples. Number 9 hitter, Francisco Riestra de Venezuela, representing South America. Little Latin rhythm playing over the speakers. I guess that's his walk-up song. Pitch in the outside corner, strike one. Looked outside.
As many of them have.
The look on Cisco's face tells it all.
Like I said, the pitchers have a very broad brush that they can paint the plate with this umpire.
Good contact, but fly ball right out to center field.
And that brings up Nathan Thomas, who's been deadly at the plate today.
How did he get on the last at bat? You were announcing that one, and then he stole second. Did he walk or get a hit?
He walked.
Well, he's been on 3 times in this game.
Yep. And yeah, he just mentioned that it was his first time batting from the right side.
Yeah, he's had much more at bats from the left side against right-handed pitchers. Dustin Ward, one of the few lefties. A ground ball to shortstop, one bouncer.
Oh.
They collide, and Nate's safe at first. Wisely stays there. That's an infield hit.
Yep, for sure. I think he would have got there even if they hadn't shortstop and the second baseman hadn't collided.
No doubt.
Just flies down the path.
Nate 3 for 4. So my guess is he's up around he's way over 400 to end the season likely.
Oh yeah, it was probably around maybe 440.
Yeah.
Given his limited at bats.
Hard to know the math.
He was 425 when he started the day. And
Very solid day for him.
yep.
To get him in full swing, really, so to speak, for the playoffs is key for the Disciples. Very dangerous player at the plate and on the bases.
When he's got to be approaching 560, 570 on base percentage now. Started the day 510.
A lot of weapons, deep line, and he's running. And he steals second standing up. And he's going to third. Dives in head first, safe at third. So that's a stolen base at second, and then a E2 and he takes third base.
That's his. Is that his 4th stolen base of the day? I believe so.
That's 3 in this game, and one last game, I believe. So he's jumping up the standings and stolen bases. Then you could say he's running hog wild. Yes, sir, baby. Yes, sir. One of my old teammates from Maine.
It's nine stolen bases.
Jumping up into the league leaders then.
Yeah, with only what 60 or 55, 56 plate appearances. That one's fouled out of play. No.
Catcher hustles over and doesn't get there. That ball's in front of the Stuttgart dugout. That's got to be the first baseman's ball.
Yep.
He doesn't get there.
Oh, and he just got hit in the face with the ball.
The pitcher?
Yep.
Just tossing the ball back gently.
Slow toss back to the pitcher hit him in the face because of the sun. That is really difficult out there. I know that from playing here on this field.
Wow.
Yeah.
You don't really want to hit the pitcher in the face.
The umpire should toss himself out.
When the pitcher's throwing 80+ miles an hour. That could be assault with a deadly weapon coming from a pitcher.
Indeed.
The Haar got hit in the head once and out of the way a couple other times from the starting pitcher. Callum Murphy fouls one back. He's 2 for 4 today in the second game. Didn't play last weekend, nursing a small injury. Looks to be back full speed. Good news for the Disciples.
Yep.
among the league leaders in walks and on-base percentage. Ooh, swings at a high strike up at the shoulders. Goes down, swinging. 2 outs.
And Will Thorpe looking to keep it alive.
I think Will's tied for second in the Bundesliga South in runs scored. He had 1 run scored earlier in the first game. He's just on base a lot. He's been hit 2 or 3 times today, right?
Yeah, so that's 29 runs scored on the day, on the season, I think. Leads the team.
High strike.
Will not happy. Neither are the fans.
1-2, 2 outs. Disciples down to their last strike in the regular season. If they don't get Will on base.
Probably going to get hit again.
High and outside. I'd like to thank the fans that stuck with us.
Yeah.
From all sides and all continents. Gracias.
Danke.
Merci, danke. And he strikes out. And the game is over.
There we go. Stuttgart Reds win 5-2 in the second game of the doubleheader.
Dustin
Kind
Ward
of a
pitches.
bittersweet inning for Stuttgart.
Dustin Ward with 4 2/3 innings in relief to pick up the win. Nice job by him. Stuttgart ends the season, I believe, 16-11. They came in 15-10.
That's correct.
They had a game they didn't make up at this point. And Disciples giving the fans a clap. All right, well, again, thank you to the fans out there. And Rick Royston, it was fun.
Yeah, it was a good time. Thank you for having me.
And lost to end the season. Disciples end the season 19-9. And the playoffs next week, we're talking about playoffs.
We're talking about playoffs, yes, indeed.
So maybe I'll see you here in a couple of weeks for the playoffs, Game 3 on Saturday the 23rd against Paderborn. But we'll be up there next week for Game 1 and 2. Congrats for the Stuttgart Reds for winning the Game 2. This is Tim Williford. I'm going to sign off, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.